on the ice.
Well, you know, very shortly, but you know what we do know, and Tortorella told you in his interview as well. The referee came to the bench and said it is goaltender interference. Not the whistle was blown, the play was dead. None of that baloney that has been perpetuated on social media and actually mainstream media on some of the broadcasts the other night, because the message was so convoluted. No one really knew. Well, Tortorella told you, looking you in the eye today, no, it was goaltender interference. We already knew that. You and I did, because we know the rules, we paid attention. But that means that this was not any of the other theories that are out there. They ruled it to be goaltender interference, despite the fact that Freddie Anderson did not have the puck covered, it wasn't sealed, and Ivan Barbashev was well within his rights to go after that puck. It should have been a goal.
So we'll hear John Tortorella in his own words. Nobody asked him about it at the press conference this morning. We chatted with him about it. He was very open to give his perspective, what the officials told him, and he said the officials did a good job. It was just a difference of opinion in that moment. So you'll hear Tortorella in a couple of moments, but just a little while ago, Commissioner Gary Bettman joined us in the broadcast booth. The entire interview will be available to listen online. But right now we want you to hear, I asked him about that particular situation, how it was handled by the on-ice and off-ice officials. Again, this is Commissioner Gary Bettman talking with us exclusively here just a few minutes ago.
The process is very thorough. Listen, we'll start with the fact that if there was no video review, then it would be the call on the ice, and then there wouldn't be any question. So it was reviewed, and you don't reverse unless it's clear cut that the call on the ice was dead wrong. Now, people may have their own view of what the call should or shouldn't have been, but it's not clear that it was dead wrong. And I think our video people did the absolute right thing. You know, I heard John Tortorella say he would challenge it 10 out of 10 times, which is fine. Okay, but, you know, sometimes no matter how much you hope for a certain result, that doesn't change the facts. And the facts in this case were you couldn't conclude that call was dead wrong.
You're pleased with where the review system is right now?
Absolutely. Listen, there are people who are always going to have their own view of the way it should come out, and that's more of a rooting interest. And I guarantee you, by doing what we do, we get it much more right than if we just relied on the officials. The officials overwhelmingly get it right, but there are a few instances where video can help. And some people are going to be happy with the video determination, and some people, again, depending on who you root for, aren't going to be as happy. But that's life in sports.
Again, that's Commissioner Gary Bettman talking about the review from Game 2 just moments ago. John Tortorella will have his perspective coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and listen, Gary it's his league. He's done a great job bringing a review to where it is. I just happen to disagree with him in terms of, he said, there's no evidence to say it's dead wrong. Yeah, there is, and there's no dead wrong. There's right or wrong. They got it wrong. End of discussion. So we'll move on. The Golden Knights got a game to play, and listen. John Tortorella's looking for a silver lining right now, and he'll use that situation and some other things that I think he's probably picked up along the way to motivate this team. There's going to be an Vegas against the world mentality that the Golden Knights will adopt. I've seen that before in other teams. It's a pretty healthy way to play.
And again, John Tortorella coming up talks about the game overall, but very specifically about what Gary just said. Not only his perspective on the call from Game 2, but also what it was like on the bench and how the players and staff rallied around the moment, et cetera, et cetera. So we wanted to bring you that comment, the commissioner's point of view, then John Tortorella's point of view coming up, just so you can hear both sides. And then, of course, we'll have Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. The series is tied 1-1. Braden McNabb is expected to play. He is, in fact, in the starting lineup alongside Theodore Cole-Smith, Nick Dowd. Keegan Colasar will be the starting forwards for the Knights. Again, it is Game 3 from Las Vegas. Series tied is 1-1. John Tortorella when we come back. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, it is the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Since 1981, we've been raising every glass, serving all the making good times last. From wine to whiskey, beer and more. Find your favorites at every store. Lee's Discount Liquor, Nevada's place to go. Biggest selection, prices you love. 23 stores across the Silver State. Serving Nevada since 1981. Lee's Discount Liquor, where Nevada celebrates.
Wow Car Wash is the official car wash of your Vegas Golden Knights. Born in Vegas, just like the Knights, Wow Car Wash has 18 convenient locations across the valley. Wow gets you in and back on the road. Looking championship ready with our Wow Max with Knights Defense Wash. Wow knows to be the best, you have to look your best. Be sure to follow Wow Car Wash on Instagram for exclusive deals, promotions, and giveaways. For a list of all locations, visit wowwash.com.
Back to the rink as Dan Duva catches up with Vegas Golden Knights coach John Tortorella.
In Las Vegas, the Golden Knights and Hurricanes play Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, series tied at 1 win apiece. I'm Dan Duva with head coach of the Golden Knights, John Tortorella. First towards big picture, what did you think of Game 2?
Yeah, we had a lot of good minutes. Had some unforced errors in the second half of the third period. Found our way, though. We end up tying the game and bring it to overtime. We turn one over in overtime, causes a penalty, and I think it's, they score in their power play. Our special teams weren't good. I think that's a difference in the game.
Every game's going to be different. You can never expect the outcome, but was the type of game similar to what you sort of expected?
Yeah. There are no secrets, Dan. We know how they're playing. They know how we're going to play. It's about not having self-inflicted problems. I think both coaches have talked about that. You can't turn the puck over because teams are pretty good. Both teams are pretty good at turning it into something. So it's about patience. It's about which end you're going to play in and how you get to that end.
Braden McNabb, it's not the first time this year he's had to leave a game early. How did you guys try to make up for his absence?
Yeah, we you have 6 to start. We ended up with 5, and Johnny just moved him around there. I thought we did a really good job, quite honestly. Navar's a really big part of our team and lost him pretty early. Our Johnny just tried to get the match as best we could. I thought we did a really good job.
You mentioned the special teams. Of course, the penalty kill had only given up 6 power play goals the entire postseason, and then he gave up 2. Seems that McNabb would be a big missing piece there.
Yeah, we missed him. He takes up so much space. He's a shot blocker. He just understands some of the things that go on and reads on the opposing team's power play. Give them credit. They get a tip-in goal. And they get a one-time. We lost our coverage there, and they found a way. As I said, we found a way the first game. They found a way the second game.
As you have said before, generally speaking, you like where the penalty kill is, so no need to make any adjustments there?
No. I think we made some misreads. We'll have our meeting here in about a half hour. We're going to go over our special teams. And, I know a lot of people talk about adjustments and this and that. There are certain small things. But in the big picture, we're going to play our game, both 5-on-5, power play, and PK.
I was going to ask you about the power play. Of course, it has been such a strength of this team, but it didn't come through. And maybe we saw Shea Theodore on the top unit at the 4th power play. And obviously, you scored at 6-on-5, which is an extra man goal. So I'm wondering what you're thinking with
we're going to discuss that this morning. You might see both looks 5 forwards, and Shea may be there. I think we got to get more into an attack mode. I think we're just playing on the outside. They're a very good penalty-killing team. So I thought that was the difference in the game is they score a couple, we don't. And we had a couple of power plays we could have gone up 3-1 and didn't find our way. So we'll just move by it, get ready for our next game.
So, of course, we mentioned Stone's late goal that forces overtime. We have not yet mentioned the first 2 goals you guys scored, both for Brett Howden. He's got 13 goals. That's more than the 12 he had in the regular season. What do you see a player rising to the occasion in the postseason? What does it look like in Brett?
Yeah, I think when we put the line together, although he had scored before, I just think it's a good fit. And players just seem to, certain guys, it doesn't matter if they're a star or a guy that's a plugger within the lineup. During the playoffs, they just find their way and their confidence comes. And he's just so confident right now. And You never know when that happens, right? Something good has to happen for you. Then maybe another thing happens, and then you say, man, I'm finding it. And it's a mental thing. And I just think he's allowing himself to play. He's not overthinking. He feels good. He's got two good line mates that he connects with. He's just playing.
I've heard it from coaches and players over the years. A mark of a great player is how he makes the players around him better. I'm thinking about Mitch Marner in that case with Brady.
Yeah. Him and they, I have them 4-on-4 together. I have them killing penalties together. You can see that marriage works. They're playing together 5-on-5. They just seem to find one another. So, Bill comes back. We kind of move our lines around, stumble through it to see what we got, and all of a sudden we have one that's a really good line, and we've stuck with that since then.
So, of course, with Barbashev and Dorofeev on the ice, obviously you guys thought you scored. We thought Golden Knights had taken a 3-2 lead. I don't know if you've gotten any further explanation. Can you tell us, to the best of your knowledge, what the officials decided on the no goal for the Knights?
Yeah, I had a quick conversation with them after the fact, but just reading the statement through the league, I guess they thought the puck was covered up, and it should be no goal. If it's covered up and you poke it, it's the right call. I just have a difference of opinion, and quite honestly, if you look at the tape closely enough, that puck is not covered up before Barbie touches it, and it was not a hard call for me. As I said, I'll make that call again. They worded it correctly as far as what I've heard from the league, and I know Kelly's talked to him, and I just see a difference on the tape. It wasn't covered up. If it was covered up, it definitely should be no goal, and I probably wouldn't have challenged it. But I saw the puck.
Yeah, did they tell, when the referee comes to talk to you there during that conversation, did they use the term goaltender interference?
Yes.
And did they tell you which player was?
No, I didn't ask him because I wanted to make sure before I challenged that. I wanted to make sure, was it the whistle? Because you can't challenge it if it's a whistle. It's a dead play. And he says, no. He says, it's goal. I said, so you're telling me you're waving off because of goaltending interference. And they were great. The refs were great. And they said, yes. I said, then I'm going to challenge that. So that's how it all comes down. And I know it's turned into a bit of a frenzy. Like I said, I'd do it again. But the good thing is, I think things happen for a reason. We end up tying the game anyway. And it shows our resiliency, and it was actually kind of fun on the bench, or not fun, but all the boys were all looking at together. It's kind of a group looking at the TV down by my feet, how it worked out. And they're yeah, we've got to challenge that. Everybody's putting their input in, and I'm talking to Dom, and he's talking to Rogo, our video guy. And once I saw the one clip I saw, and I see the puck, and Anderson's almost got it covered up, but Barbie's stick goes in there. That's when I said, I'm challenging this.
So there's excitement there. It's like, hey, you'd won 7 in a row. Every team's going to face a little bit of adversity or some sort of a challenge. But from what you're saying, it sounds like that moment brought the team together.
Yeah, it really did. In a way, it's really weird how things happen because we challenged it, and it was kind of a group conversation as we were all looking at it. And the worst happened, right? We didn't get the challenge, and they score right away. But our team didn't buckle, and that's what I take out of it. I've said to you many times, I think things happen for a reason. Our team didn't buckle, and they find a way to score the tying goal. So it's a clean slate going into overtime. They found a way in overtime. We didn't.
The song lyric comes to mind from Chicago, Stronger Every Day. Is that the case?
Yeah. That's you from a coach's point of view, you look for things to bond a team. And it may seem silly, but those things help. And this is going to be a long series, and you're looking for things, at least I always do, look for things to help build your team and bring our camaraderie together.
We'll wrap it up with this, Torts, and of course, we're very excited for Game 3, and you'll have your moves. Brindamore will have his moves. It's the Stanley Cup Final in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's the third time in 9 years this has happened. The fans will get to watch the Stanley Cup Final here. What do you have in mind going into this very special moment?
Yeah, I'm thrilled for the people that they get to see this team. This is a very good hockey team that we have here. And I'm happy for the people. The short time I've been here, they've been so supportive. I see people out in the town, and everybody's kind of amped up. I'm glad they have another opportunity, and they have a pretty good team to watch. And the other team's a very good team also. That's why we're both here. So to come to Vegas and see these two teams battle, two evenly matched teams, I'm happy for them.
George, thanks. Best of luck.
My pleasure.
That's John Tortorella. We're back with more in a moment. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Calling all Vegas Golden Knights fans, hockey season is back, and the RTC Game Day Express is your hassle-free ride to victory. Catch a direct, fast ride to VGK home games at T-Mobile Arena from 6 convenient spots for just $4 round trip. No traffic stress. Leave the driving to us. Visit rtcsnv.com/Game Day Express for details. Follow us on social media at RTCSNV for a chance to win tickets to VGK home games.
Hello, my name is Ramon Martin del Campo, City of Henderson police officer and former Las Vegas Lights team captain. My mother, Susie, desperately waited for a second chance after years of fighting kidney disease. Through a paired kidney exchange program, she was able to receive the gift of life through transplant. Currently, about 85% of Americans waiting need a kidney transplant. I am a living kidney donor. Nevadans are giving. Join us at wearenevadans.org.
It's time for Vegas Golden Knights hockey. Let's head to the booth with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless.
Moments from hockey, it's Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Braden McNabb introduced to the home crowd. He's wearing a bubble. He's got sutures across his face, but he will play. McNabb in the starting lineup with Shea Theodore, Cole Smith, McDowell, and Kolesar up front. On the Carolina side, fourth line, Carrier, Jankowski, and Robinson. DeAndre Miller and Sean Walker, the starters on defense. And, of course, the goaltenders Carter Hart for the Knights and Freddie Anderson. It is a packed T-Mobile Arena, of course. It is first time that the Stanley Cup Final has been contested on this ice surface since the Golden Knights won Game 5 in 2023, scoring 9 goals for the only time in club history to defeat the Florida Panthers and win this franchise's first ever Stanley Cup championship. This is the third time they've been to the final in their 9 seasons, and also the third time for the Hurricanes since they moved to North Carolina from Hartford back in 1997. They got there and lost in 2002, won it in 2006, and now they're back here 20 years later. Time for the national anthem as Carnell Johnson is ready to perform. Let's listen in.
In-depth performer with DXB, Audrey Adiola, and performed by Golden Pipes, Carnell Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through thought that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Audrey Adiola and Carnell Johnson.
And we are set and ready to go. Game 3, Stanley Cup Final. Knights and Hurricanes tied 1 win apiece. Knights in 2018 had a win in Game 1, then lost 4 in a row. 2023, they won the first 2 games, lost in overtime Game 3, and won games 4 and 5. We'll see how this sequence unfolds in 2026. Gary, I mentioned the starters, both clubs starting their 4th lines, but it looks like Mark Stone will start with Jack Eichel and Ivan Barbashev. Dorofeev joins Sissons and Hurdle. What do you make of that?
Jack needs to get going maybe a little bit more, and Mark Stone is the ultimate security blanket. He helps everybody be better. I don't know if it'll be for the whole game, but I'd like to get Jack Eichel on the scoreboard. Had no shots last game.
On the Carolina side, we saw the change during the game with basically Seth Jarvis and Jordan Martinook switching spots. Jarvis ended up scoring the overtime goal on the power play. But at least to start today's game, it looks like Rod Brindamore has Jarvis back on the top line with Aho and Svechnikov. Martinook back on the third line with Ehlers and Stahl. Ehlers, the 2 goals in game 1. Stahl with 1 goal in the first game and 1 goal in the second game.
Game 3 the Stanley Cup Finals. Let's buckle up. Have a great day.
That's referee Wes McCauley as the center iceman ready to go. Here's the draw. Down wins it backward. Underway in game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Knights go right to left. They get it in. Vegas wearing gold with steel gray numbers and pants, white and red trim. Carolina white uniforms, red numbers, red pants, black and red trim. Puck squirts to center and Theodore floats it in. Theodore and McNabb together again. Of course, those two had combined for 6 points in game 1 of the series. Carolina clears the zone. Bouncer in the neutral zone. It comes into the Knights end. Theodore steers it to the outside. Now it's tapped to the middle of the ice. Here comes McNabb. And the crowd cheers for McNabb just for playing the puck. It goes toward the goal on a little floater, but Cole Smith couldn't quite get there in time. Goes the other way for the Hurricanes. Dumped it on the right wing side by Seth Jarvis. Around it goes left corner. Reversed by Stahl to the right corner. Low to high pass has Chatfield. Back down into the right wing circle, and now a giveaway. It's kicked out. Here's Marner. Works ahead, and he delays as he gets to the blue. To the left point, there's William Karlsson. Rims it hard around, and now Anderson sends it back around to the near side. Marner into the slot. Karlsson falling. His centering pass was knocked away, and the Hurricanes go back to the neutral zone. Just a minute into the contest, no shots on goal. Carter Hart net to our right. Freddie Anderson in goal to our left. Let's get it out of the zone. It's just wide of the goal, and therefore it is an icing whistle. Minute and 22 seconds into Game 3. Series tied 1-1, and of course, the team that has scored first in this series has not been successful.
Braden McNabb just had his first shift, and they just showed him on the bench. The big question for him, Dan, you can see his nose has been heavily sutured, stitched up. How will his breathing be impacted?
From the face-off, shot attempt blocked. DeAndre Miller's bid forwarded with Brett Howden standing in the way. Knights got it to center. Hurricanes work back in. Here's a shot, saved by Hart. Rebound poke to the corner. Svechnikov threw it out high. And from the point, thrown toward the net, ushered away by Carter Hart. Bounces out to the right wing side. Sean Walker is there. And now out to the neutral zone. Knights get it. Ahead comes Barbashev. Bouncing around in the neutral zone. It comes in on the right wing side, and there goes Sebastian Aho. Plays it behind the Knights net. Conlon cuts it off, sticks it up the far boards. Barbashev stripped to the puck. Knights do get into the neutral zone. Not a clean possession, however. Back in goes Stankoven. Curls to the outside. Stankoven backhands it into the left corner. From the far side, feed into the circle, off target. Kick to the corner by Dylan Conlon. Conlon trying to raise his hands. A stick was held by Taylor Hall. No call. As Dorofeev uses the sidewall to clear the zone. Tumbles back into the Carolina zone. Nikishin is back. Rink wide right. Stankoven floats it out. Cut off at center by the Knights. Sissons tried to dump it in, could not. Carried into the offensive zone. Right wing Stankoven. Dorofeev reached in. Several players collide. Loose puck right point. Gostisbehere shoots over the goal. Gostisbehere has done well in this series. A goal and 2 assists, including 2 helpers in game 2. Vegas ahead 2-on-2 into the zone. Theodore delays, feeds left. There's McNabb. He shoots on goal and a save. Rebound tipped down by Sissons as well. But another save by the netminder, Freddie Anderson. The crowd gathers after the whistle. As the whistle continues to blow, we heard from Wes McCauley at the opening faceoff. Chris Rooney is the other referee today. Devin Berg and Matt McPherson are today's linesmen.
One of the storylines, Dan, when McNabb got hurt the other night, John Stevens had no choice but to give bigger minutes to Jeremy Lauzon. Lauzon went over 20, and Dylan Conlon was up over 16. Conlon said this morning, I took a big step forward. That helped me getting all that extra play. We'll keep an eye on ice time for that third pairing tonight.
And you go back to game 1 of the series. Conlon played only 8 minutes and 23 seconds. They played basically double in game number 2. Carolina wins the D-zone draw. 3 minutes in, 0-0. One shot credited to the Knights, one shot credited to the Hurricanes. Chatfield behind his goal. Chatfield fires up the right side, steered in by Eric Robinson. Robinson, Jankowski, and Carrier each with a point in game 2 was Jankowski's goal that made it a 2-2 tie in the third period. An assist to former Golden Knight William Carrier. Sort of made the play with the gloves down on the ice, right near the offensive blue line. Carolina sends it in. This will be an icing and an ozone draw for the Knights. 3.5 minutes into the game, 0-0, one shot aside.
Well, I don't want to belabor this, but we got to spend a little time on Braden McNabb. 87-mile-an-hour slap shot to the face. And it looks like his nose was torn off his face and had to be reattached. This is the phrase warrior or label warrior. It gets thrown around way too much. Not in this case. This is Zdeno Chara broken jaw kind of stuff. A huge moment in Golden Knights history.
He's only missed 8 games in Knights playoff history from the face-off Anderson shot blocked wide. Eichel finds the rebound. Give and go with Stone. Eichel missed the return pass. Hanifin kept it in momentarily, but now chipped out through center by Carrier. Only 8 games missed in Knights playoff history from McNabb and Carey. 5 of those games were because of COVID. 1 of them earlier this year was because of suspension. Eichel gets through on the right, but lost the handle on the puck as it goes behind. He centers off a Hurricane off the outside of the goal. Taken by the Canes and cleared to center. Hanifin knocks it down, sets up Eichel coming in. He was stood up. Barbashev trying to push it down the slot. Instead, the Hurricanes gain control. Ehlers finds Jarvis coming in, trying to cross over. McNabb keeps him to the outside, and then took him to the inboards. Knights on the puck. There's Stone. Couldn't clear in a shot. Saved by Hart down to his left. Puck ended up on the stick of Sean Walker, the righty defenseman from distance, but Carter Hart saw it through a bunch of traffic.
Eichel more dangerous already tonight than he was in just about all of game 2. So the bump for Mark Stone or putting Stone up there with him looks good already. Now, Dorofeev and Hurdle do have chemistry. They've played a lot of great hockey together. They haven't played much hockey with Colton Sissons in between them. We got to watch that as well. You don't want to dig a hole to fill another hole.
Carlson's line is on. Carolina gets the drop, but the puck is out of the zone all the way back down. No icing because it was a clean face-off win. Carolina gets the puck to center. Now they'll regroup in the D-zone. Hurricanes left to right here in the first period of game 3. Deflected puck out of play in the neutral zone. And a neutral ice face-off coming up. Still just one shot aside in game 3. Knights trailed 2-0 in game 1. Rallied back to take a 3-2 lead. Took leads of 4-3. And ultimately needed a 5-4 victory in game 1. Hurricanes trailed 2-0. Rallied to take a 3-2 lead with 3 goals in about 5.5 minutes in the third period. Knights then tied it 3-3, forced overtime. The Hurricanes scored their second power play goal of the game to win it in the extra period. Seth Jarvis got the overtime winner as the Knights get the puck to the O-zone. It deflects over the high glass out of play. And the Knights will get an O-zone draw coming up. Theodore and McNabb going off. Anderson and Hanifin come on. Anderson and Hanifin as a duo get lots of minutes, of course, here in the postseason, but no goals yet for Anderson and Hanifin. Noah has 7 assists, Anderson 5 assists. We go back and think about Anderson had 10 points in the last 11 games of the regular season. Anderson gets the shot off, save, rebound in front. Colasar stops. Right on the doorstep by Freddie Anderson. Puck out to the right point. Cole Smith cannot hold it in. Forced to center. Deflected puck near the center ice logo toward the near side. Hanifin tried to stick it ahead for Dow. That didn't work. Hanifin again tries to clear. Could not. Martin up pressuring. Hanifin continues to feel pressure from Svechnikov. He goes down but slides the puck left. Now it's Aho. He shoots. Off a body in front. Rebound shot. Blocked. Sprawling. Blocked by Noah Hanifin. Run around by Aho to the near side right wing. Chatfield, the defenseman, pinches. Swats it down low. Deep to the left circle. Referee gets in the way. Puck ends up in the corner again. Aho lost it to Anderson. Anderson stripped and the puck goes right through the net mouth. Wide out to the near boards. Chatfield shoots. Save, and there was contact in front. Carter Hart got pushed from the side by Aho. Noah Hannafin clears the zone. An airborne clear cut off at the blue line. And Chatfield skates ahead on the right to the Vegas line and dumps it in near side. So already a little bit of a push. Knights got a couple of shots, but 3 in a row for the Hurricanes. Knights go the other way, and they get it in. Into the left wing side. Clear out by the Hurricanes. Tipped at center, so no icing. Lozon, look at it, deflected puck and a shot. Wide from William Carrier. Tomas Hertl over to play it. He is separated from the puck. He gets position once again. And the Knights have it going behind the goal. It's lifted in the air by Jeremy Lozon. Bounces off the glove of Walker. It goes to Carrier. That's a hand pass. And it stops play. 13:41 to go, first period. 0-0. No penalties so far in game 3. Shots favor the Knights 4-3. And great block by Noah Hannafin, thwarting what might have been the best scoring chance for the Hurricanes. And moments earlier, Anderson put the puck toward the net after a right circle faceoff win. Keegan Colasar had a chance for a rebound on the doorstep. Freddie Anderson made that save. 0-0 in game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Series tied 1-1. 13:41 to go in the first period. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, it's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Doug, there's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Vegas! On behalf of Not the Injury Law, Golden Pipes, Carnell Johnson.
If you've been hurt, Lock me is the word. Call 702-INJURED.
For Han Nakfi with Nakfi Injury Law. Imagine you've been injured in an accident. Now, do you want an assembly line law firm that treats you like a number and settles early for easy money? Hell no. Call me now for a free consultation at 702-INJURED.
At Access, we believe that music and sports are best enjoyed live and in person. That's why we're passionate about providing fans with tickets to the hottest sporting events and concerts around the world, including right here in Vegas. The Access ticketing app is safe, simple, and secure, and you can find it in the App Store for iOS or the Google Play Store for Android. Or visit us at access.com to find tickets to your next unforgettable live experience. That's AXS.com. Access, your ticket to Las Vegas.
Let's get back to Dan Duva and Gary Lawless for more Stanley Cup Finals action.
Well, Gary, how different one game can be from the next. Tomas Hertl wins the game for the Knights in the opener, then commits a penalty in game 2, leading to the Carolina power play goal that won it. There's a bouncing puck in front of the Knights net. Jarvis swung and missed. William Karlsson steers it out for Brett Howden. And up to the red line, he backhands it in. Tomas Hertl has, of course, had the ups and downs of this season. A 29-game goal drought, but then a couple of huge goals in recent days. Win games for the Knights to cap huge comebacks. Carolina retrieves the puck out of its own zone. Rink-wide pass. Aho put it in front, save. Jordan Stahl, top of the crease, looking for another tip-in goal. He had a tip-in power play goal last game. Knights clear it out, no icing.
Healers used his speed to back Theodore up a little bit there, and that got them into the neutral zone with some space.
Out goes Sean Walker to crank it in. Around the boards, Hannafin hit hard by Martinuk, but Hannafin reversed the rim. Far side, Barbashev has Hannafin middle of his own zone. Hannafin skates left. Up to the red line, played it forward. It goes over the short glass and into the first row of seats here at T-Mobile Arena. Knights won their very first Stanley Cup final game in this building. Back in 2018, Tomas Nosek had a pair of goals, including an empty netter. In the final minute, Knights defeated the Capitals 6-4, but then lost 4 games in a row. The franchise's first ever 4-game losing streak. That was a great game to start the Stanley Cup final, and so many of the national media had never been to T-Mobile Arena until the Stanley Cup final. Of course, Las Vegas hosted Media Day. That's when players, coaches, management speak to the attending media. Knights started the Stanley Cup final this year on the road, so all of that happened in Raleigh a few days ago. Hurricanes get the puck in on the far side. 0-0, about 8 minutes into game 3. Back behind the goal, it's Jordan Martin. Pressure in the trapezoid, dishes off to the right. Hillers to the point, Chatfield threw it back down low. Offloads on. Taken on the right side again. Feed to the point off Chatfield. Kept in, though, by Slavin. To the outside left. Seam pass intercepted. Barbashev knocks down the saucer pass. Skates it out. Gains the red and flutters it in. Everybody else changing. Barbashev on the forecheck out of steal, but he couldn't make a pass to Kolasar. He comes in and lands a check. Down finds it, throws it out high. Theodore shoots off the stick of the goaltender and wide. Anderson reached to his right and got a piece. On the drive by Theodore. But back to Theodore again. A wrist shot, blocked wide right. Kolasar trying to get position on Slavin. Hurricanes do get it behind the goal. And out goes Logan Stankoven across the red, across the blue, flips it into the right corner. Pursuit goes behind the goal. Down and Theodore for the Knights, but a deflected puck goes over the glass and into the crowd.
Stankoven's a good little player. Plays with a lot of pace. He's fearless.
Getting under the skin of Nick Dowd right there. Dowd stares him down, and by down, I mean literally looking down at him.
Stankoven got the Hurricanes going in game 2. It's 2-0 for Vegas when, just I'm going to interrupt myself, Keandre Miller is doing some odd stretches.
And this was a little bit earlier.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that.
During the media timeout, the athletic trainer was with him on the ice.
And he's on the bench right now. Anyways, Stankoven got the Hurricanes going in game 2 with a great forecheck.
Knights win a D-zone trot. To center, they go with speed right to left. In goes Dorothea. To the outside left, he shoots. Stock on a rebound. Sharp angle went right through it. Now it clanks off the boards to the point. Shot attempt there. Off target from Coughlin. To the left wing side. Hurdle to Dorothea. And Buck's not moving very much. Dorothea fishing for it. Hurdle now reaches in. It's down beneath us on the Knights' left wing. Buck's not moving. Sissons and Dorothea closest to it. It's between the skates of Nikishin and Dorothea. It appears they are still going here. Now the referee has come over to take a closer look to see what the deal is. Finally it comes loose. Nikishin had it, turns right back to the boards, comes to the line, bouncing. Hurdle keeps it in and floats it opposite corner. Taken there by Gostisbehere. He sends it ahead. Oh, no, he looked like he was going to send it ahead. He stopped. And it faked us out. The radio booth at least, and the Knights backed off for a change as Walker skates it out, dumps it in. Goaltender Carter Hart pressured behind his net. Hannafin there to help him out. It's Jackson Blake on the forecheck. Marner stripped to the puck by Blake, and it's Blake to keep it in the zone. Back behind the Knights net. Hannafin there. Vegas fails to clear. A point shot wide right. Off the near boards, Walker gets by Howden. Howden lost his stick. Hannafin tips a pass. It goes behind the net. Taken by Marner for the Knights. Marner put it into the slot in his own zone. Howden picks it up. Charges around Stankoven in the offensive end. Flips it off to Carlson. Threw it across. Off Marner's stick and wide. And Marner then trying to pass it around to a teammate. Taken away. Keandre Miller lifts it out. Theodore knocked it down but couldn't control the puck. Hall feeds the slot off the skate of Stankoven. Carlson starts ahead. Stone with Barbashev left wing. Barbashev breaks on the near side left wing. Stone grabs the puck. Knocked away from him, and now it's Chatfield. Halfway through the first period, 0-0. Oh, collision in the offensive zone as the Knights couldn't keep the puck in the offensive zone. Crowd reacting to the hit with Mark Stone on the forecheck. As now Jarvis comes ahead. Another collision, Jarvis and Stone for the offensive end of the Hurricanes. Left wing shot fought off by Hart. Reaches around the left post, and he does get it secure for the whistle.
Now the little guy from Winnipeg took a run at the big guy from Winnipeg. And then Mark said, oh yeah, you want to play that way, Seth? I'm going to show you what's what. And then he just ran him over.
We have immediate timeout with 9 minutes to go first period. 0-0 Golden Knights and Hurricanes. Somehow the Knights, though they at one point were credited with 4 shots, only have 2 now. Hurricanes are up to 4 themselves. We'll be right back. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. This is the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Everyone's so friendly here at Centennial Subaru. Can't walk 10 steps without a belly rub. They feed me snacks, and they even feed humans. Only thing bad I can say is they really like those guys on 2 wheels. This is why we bring our humans here. Go north, US 95 and Ann Road. Centennial Subaru, a short drive from everywhere.
Hey, Las Vegas, are you tired of plumbing prices that break the bank? At 365 Plumbing, we're bringing fair pricing back. Family owned and operated, we treat your home like it's our own. For your everyday plumbing needs, we're here 365 days a year, rain or shine, day or night. Extend the life of your water heater right now. For a limited time, take advantage of our water heater flush special for only $26. Visit us at 365plummingnv.com. 365 Plumbing, because where the water flows, 365 Plumbing goes.
Plumbers, HVAC techs, contractors, and DIYers. McFadden Industrial Hardware has the tools, parts, and supplies to power your next project. Open early and stocked with everything you need. Stop by South Decatur near Russell. McFadden Industrial Hardware. Fast, easy, and built for the pros.
There's a difference you can feel when you step into the showroom at Finley Honda Henderson. Sure, our cars are beautiful, built to last, and our certified pre-owned inventory is one of the largest in the country. But the difference is our people. From the sales floor to the service department, we're focused on you. Because when you're the center of our attention, everybody wins. It may not be what you're used to, but we think it should be. Welcome to the difference at Finley Honda Henderson in the Valley Auto Mall.
Back to the Fortress for more Stanley Cup playoff action.
Golden Knights and Hurricanes play Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. No scoring so far. Knights trailed 2-0 in Game 1 of the series, with Nikolai Ehlers putting up a pair before the Knights responded late in the first. Game 2, Brett Howden got one of the first, one of the second. Knights took a 2-0 lead to the third. So no scoring so far here, 9 minutes to go. As the Knights took a D-zone draw, they clear it down, no icing here. Freddie Anderson back to play it. Rim around, goes off the stick and out to center. It rolls to the near boards near the Knights' blue line. Sticked into the corner by Jordan Martineau. Svechnikov and Anderson dueling behind the goal. Eichel is there. Eichel, Stone, and Barbashev together. Knights have changed Dorofeev and Stone. As Stone has been on the third line with Sissons and Hurdle the last few games. Stone and Dorofeev have switched lines here, at least to start today. Knights push it out. Here's Eichel. Tapped it toward Barbashev. Gloved away by Walker. Might look like a hand pass, Gary, didn't it?
Didn't look like one. It was one.
Zaho then sticks it in. I'm not sure why that wasn't a stoppage in play. Barbashev tips the puck as far as the Carolina line. And then it's played in on the right wing by Nikishin. Cut off by the Knights at the line. Kolasar was knocked over. And now here's Shane Gostisbehere. From center, dishes off to Nikishin. The defenseman dumps it in as it was a check by Dowd. Rim around Cole Smith. Keeps his legs going. Nearly got tripped. Knights get the puck in the neutral zone from the Carolina bench. Dumped in on the right wing side. Anderson steers it around to the near boards. Lifted out by Jarvis. Bouncing around in center. Nice reach. Theodore perfectly timed that. So it would not lead to an entry for the Hurricanes. McAdams will check on Jarvis. And Kolasar can play the puck in his own end for the Knights. Still a little bit of a forecheck here, but we'll hit to the bench now as both sides change it up. Line change is brought to you by William Hill. Knights stuck at 2 shots, Hurricanes at 4. Knights put the puck to the neutral zone as Dorothea works out on the right side. Hurdle inside the blue. Goes high to low, but too strong for assistance. Rimmed around to the near side. And Hurdle from the left point. His attempt got deflected back the other way. Conley turning into his own zone. Sidesteps the check from Carrier, who went hard into the boards, missing the check. Skated out by the Knights. Lozon thought he had gained the red line, but apparently not. Icing the call with 6:52 to go in the first. 0-0.
He got angled off. Lozon got angled off there and did not get to the red line. Linesman makes the right call. Will Carrier, former teammate of Dylan Coughlin's. We know what Will can do. He's one of the best hitters in the National Hockey League. And he had Dylan in his sights. And Dylan said, I don't think I'm going to take that wall from you, William. And just sashayed out of the way.
Sashayed, did he? Carolina wins the draw. Stankoven with help from Blake. Miller shoots it wide. Lefty defenseman just off target there. No goals in the postseason. But 9 assists for Keandre Miller, the former Ranger. Carolina can't keep it in the zone for long. Dorothea works it out. But he is outnumbered as the Knights try to continue a line change after the D-zone draw. It's William Karlsson on the ice with Brett Howden and Mitch Marner. And the defense Anderson and Hannafin. Again, if you missed the news, Braden McNabb is playing after he got an 87-mile-an-hour slap shot to the face in Game 2. Went to the hospital, did return to the arena, did travel home with the Knights yesterday, and he's in the lineup, but he is wearing a cage. Has some sutures on his face. Looks like he's got a Halloween mask on, but he is playing in his normal spot. To the ozone, centering feed off Marner's skate. Steers it back to the outside. Gets it back from Howden, but his shot missed. Rebound. Hannafin shot knocked down. Never got to the goaltender Anderson. Howden, then Marner, preventing it clear. Carlson helping out. Marner for Carlson, but then Carlson gave it away, hoping for another pass to Mitch Marner. And then a hard hit. Stahl knocks over Marner in the neutral zone as the Hurricanes dump it in. McNabb with Theodore coming to center. Eichel for Barbashev left wing. Barbashev steers it all the way down. 5:30 to go, first period, 0-0. Hurricanes dump it in. No icing because Aho is ahead of the play. Carter Hart, therefore, plays inside of his net. Fired out by McNabb. Intercepted at center. Aho comes in. Dishes to no one on the right wing. Easy chip off the glass for Mark Snow. Got it near the Carolina line. We got a whistle for a hand pass, though, against the Hurricanes. 5 1/4 to go, first period. 0-0, Gary. What do you make of what we've seen so far?
Yeah, not a lot going on. Both teams being pretty careful with the puck, not giving a lot of east-west stuff. Mark Stone and Svechnikov having words, and then Barbashev just skates by and clips Svechnikov with a little bit of a shoulder.
The shots show Carolina at 5, Vegas at 2. Knights have got about 9 minutes without a shot. Meanwhile, the hits, Vegas 12, Carolina 5. The most drastic, crooked number in the score sheet so far. Back in a moment, 5:14 to go in the scoreless first period. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, it's the Stanley Cup Final on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the rewards program that loves it when you date night, get the perfect parlay, lounge poolside, shiatsu, bottle service. Yeah, hit me. Shop till you drop. And then some. Earn and redeem on countless amazing experiences at MGM Resorts. This is MGM Rewards. Why be a guest when you can be a member? Visit MGMRewards.com for more. Earning and redemption limitations may apply to certain purchases in certain states.
Hey Golden Knights fans, want to score free tickets? Green Valley Grocery is giving away multiple pairs of VGK tickets every month through December. More winners, more chances, more fans inside the fortress cheering on the Knights. Download the Green Valley Grocery app and enter for your chance to win. Each game brings a new opportunity, only available through the app. Don't wait. Download the GVG app today and unlock exclusive rewards, surprise perks, and your chance at VGK tickets only from Green Valley Grocery.
It's game night at Raising Cane's. And we're serving the realm with a feast of hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers, crispy, crinkle-cut fries, garlicky, buttered Texas toast, and cane sauce. Skate in before the puck drops or after the game stops. It's always nighttime at Cane's. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love. Go, Knights, go.
Back to the Stanley Cup Finals as the Golden Knights take on the Hurricanes.
0-0, 5 1/4 to go, first period. Mark Jankowski digging a hole in the ice in the face-off dot. Dowd would fight, but eventually the linesman threw out Dowd. Devin Berg ready to drop the puck now for Kolasar and Jankowski. Jankowski with a goal last game. His first goal this postseason, second career playoff goal. First shot of the series as the Hurricanes dump the puck in. Carter Hart goes to play it behind his net to the near side right. Hurricanes take it away. Centering pass. Bouncing around in front and loose puck. Squirts to Cole Smith. And he comes towards center with Kolasar. Smith going right. Onside. Cole Smith to the corner. Steers it behind for Dowd. Swats at the puck, hoping for a man at the point. Intercepted along the boards. It's cleared out by Jankowski. Lozon checked by William Carrier. Knights are going for a change. Cole Smith stays on the forecheck. Mitch Marner from the bench is the next wave. Sean Walker behind his goal, the defenseman for Carolina Hurricanes. Both of the Knights' shots in this game have come from defensemen. McNabb from distance, then Anderson from distance. Carolina skates through center. Blake to the left and a shot attempt blocked. Up and out of play. Taylor Hall letting that one go. 16 points for Taylor Hall in the postseason, leading all the Hurricanes.
William Carrier has done something to himself. I think on that attempted hit on Coughlin, they're showing him on the bench right now, and he's wincing a lot.
William Carrier about as physical as it gets. Gary, speaking of Carrier, he's on the Knights leaderboard for all-time postseason hits and single postseason hits. Barbashev has surpassed Carrier already, but now has surpassed Ryan Reeves for most hits in a single postseason. Barbashev has 3 today, 96 this postseason, leading all players. But now a single postseason record for a night in the playoffs. 96 hits for Barbashev. Hurricanes get it on the left. Swing and a miss by Miller. Second try got blocked out by Stone. Hurricanes back to their own blue. Carolina 5 shots. Golden Knights 2 shots. No goals. 4 minutes to go. First period, game 3. Stanley Cup final. It's a 1-1 series tie. Knights won the first game. Hurricanes won the second game in overtime. McNabb deep in his own zone for the Knights. Plays it out for Eichel. Jack mishandles the pass. Quick up the other way. Jarvis between his own legs. He shoots. Save. And the rebound. Eichel coming back to play it. Forward to Stone in front of his bench. Stone gains the red line. Lofts it into the opposite corner. Barbashev goes in. Walker goes down. Barbashev sandwich. Checked a couple of times. Fighting for the puck in the left corner. William Karlsson is doing the fray for the Knights. Barbashev couldn't keep it going. Marner then whacks the stick of Gostisbehere. Gets the loose puck. He tried to center. Karlsson reaching between the legs of a defender to shoot. But it was not on goal. Puck goes the other way. Jarvis works in. Righty going right circle. Breaks. Turns at the half wall. Hannafin reaches in. Karlsson helping out. Gostisbehere. His attempt thwarted by Howden. Karlsson picks up the loose puck for the Knights. To center and Marner dumps it in right wing. Howden gives chase. Hard hit. Marner gets the puck. Put it off the back of the cage. Now he centers. Howden lost it in the skates. Now a shot attempt blocked. Look at Sissons took a spill. Checked after he shot the puck. Sissons in the trapezoid now. Howden there as well. Howden swarmed by 3 players. Marner reached in, a little shove, trying to get the puck. Gostisbehere for the Hurricanes. Lifts it out to the neutral zone. And stops on a dime, so Martin in pursuit gets to it. Down near the right corner, checked by McNabb. Theodore trying to help out. He gets the puck out of that skirmish. They head to center Sissons. Dorothea gathers it ahead. One hands it into the zone right corner. Sissons a hard check on Nikishin. Puck goes out of play on the far side. Knights want delay of game. Wes McCauley says it hit the glass. Linesman coming over to talk to Wes McCauley, and it appears no penalty. The Knights were pleading for one, but no call for delay of game here. 2:10 to go in the first, 0-0.
Wes was pretty emphatic on that one right away. So no penalty, and the Golden Knights finally get a little bit of a push. Brett Howden really got in there on the forecheck and created some havoc. Vegas with only 2 shots, but they've been around Anderson a little bit. It has been quality over quantity for Vegas in this series.
So far, Gary, the Knights 2 shots on goal, 5 attempts blocked, 7 attempts have missed. Carolina 6 attempts on goal, 6 attempts blocked, 7 misses. Both teams with 7 misses. Carolina wins the D-zone draw. As the puck comes out, center on the clear. Robinson couldn't get to the puck before Lozon. From his own blue line, Chatfield flips it ahead, down to the Knights zone without icing. Recovered by Conlon. His clearing pass will be an icing. By the way, speaking of the Knights getting outshot, first period in game 2, Vegas was outshot 8-2, which was the fewest shots in the first period for any playoff game in Golden Knights history. And again, they 2 shots as we speak. Down to 1:53 left, first period, after the icing call against the Knights. No penalties in the game so far. We've seen plenty of goals in first periods this series, 4 combined, 2 aside. Carolina wins the draw. Shot from Chatfield did not get through the right circle. Hit a heap of bodies in the circle and went to the corner. Knights clear it out. Eichel to Barbashev and Stone. Couldn't work in cleanly. It's chipped the other way by Chatfield. Loose puck for Blake. Maneuvering on the right. Conlon reached in. Stripped it away. Mark Stone there for support. Stone banks it behind for Noah Hannafin. Backhands it to the sidewall. And down trying to get it for the Knights. Banks it off the boards. It goes high in the air and out to the center. And hops and skids. No icing. Knights changing some of the personnel here. We have been at 15. On the clear for the Hurricanes. Bounces up to the Vegas line. Jarvis and Hannafin together. Chipped back the other way by Anderson. Cole Smith dumps it in. Colasar chases right corner. Lands a check. Puck was knocked away to the near side left wing. Puck to the line. Hannafin reached, could not hold it in. Gathered on the right by Miller, the defenseman. Towards the goalie, shoots. Hart the save. Shifting to his left. Rebound to the near side right wing. Taken by Anderson there. Anderson protects it away from Jarvis. Miller got it toward the goal. It's gone off. And ends up on the near side. Knights get it with 35 seconds. Look at collision and awkward tie-up. The Knight player got tripped. Got a whistle. It's right at the blue line. And the crowd gathers at the blue line as it appeared that Down got tripped awkwardly into the boards. He's on his knees and appears to be okay. Referees come over shaking their heads. No penalty. 31 seconds to go first period. 0-0 here in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final.
The Golden Knights are trying to say to Jordan Staal, you don't hit a guy there. It's that no man's land near the boards. It was Sean Walker, actually. And he gives Down a little shove. Cole Smith gives Seth Jarvis a pretty good whack up top. So Carolina was first. Vegas certainly retaliated.
Final minute of the period brought to you by Credit One. 31 seconds to play first period. Carolina to take a right circle face-off after that collision, which was right at the blue line.
Keandre Miller has just gone down the tunnel. There's only 31 seconds left, but
keep an eye on that. Knights win the draw. Theodore fires it out. Marner at center with Howden. Knights get the puck in. 22 seconds. Anderson behind his goal, the netminder for the Hurricanes. Quick up, but it's missed at the line on a stretch pass. Vegas gets it from the D zone, cleared by McNabb. Marner sets up Carlson. Wheeling right through the right circle, opens up and he's centered. Pass to Marner was knocked away. 4 seconds to go. Marner rings it left. McNabb off the left wall, try to get it in front, but runs out of time. And the period comes to a close. Some more job voting at the end of the period. The linesman rushed in, but there's nothing more. Once again, Vegas held to 2 shots in the first period. They got one from McNabb, and then the second one from Anderson, as I mentioned, was after a face-off win. And it looked like Keegan Colasar was right in front for a rebound opportunity, but they did not credit a rebound shot. So 15 minutes and 14 seconds to close the period without a shot on goal for the Knights. Obviously, their 2 shots came in the opening 5 minutes. Carolina totaled 7. But no goals in the opening period. No penalties in the opening period. Gary, the first Stanley Cup final game at T-Mobile Arena since 2023. Not nearly as much offense as we saw back in Game 5 in 2023 where the Knights put up 9.
No, but real exciting first period. And I think Vegas, after giving up three and then another one in overtime, they'll be happy with the way this period finished up.
Indeed. Let's head downstairs to the Knights dressing room now and welcome Keegan Colasar. Hi, Keegan, Dan, and Gary in the radio booth. Thanks for joining us. No goals in the first period for the first time in this series, but what did you think about tonight's first frame?
Yeah, it's just a tight checking game. There's not a lot of space out there. Everyone's fighting for every inch out there right now.
Keegan, we look at you guys and talk about how tough some players are, but we really can't understand it the way you can. What's it like to see Braden McNabb playing today after what he's been through?
It's just everything. Like you can't put it into words. How special of a person he is, and what that takes to go through that. Like, it just kind of leaves speechless.
Inspiring, perhaps.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just getting a little choked up thinking about just how great of a human he is, and
well, that's okay.
What he puts himself through to put himself in this position to be with us and compete with us, and no matter what you're going through, I think everyone can think about Naber and what he's going through right now.
Well, we know how much you care about your teammates, so no worries about the emotions. What do you want to do a little bit differently in the second, if anything?
Well, we got to get to the ozone. We got to sustain pressure. So I think we got to be more of a 5-man unit up on them and taking away their time. They're having a little bit too much of it. And you see when we have 5 guys up in the forecheck, we're creating turnovers, we're getting looks, we're getting chances, and that's what's susceptible.
Keegan, thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Keegan Colasar from the Knights dressing room. His 74th career playoff game. All 18 this postseason as the Knights play their 100th game. Gary, this is the 101st. Kolasar has played in all of them, 82 in the regular season, and 18 today is the 19th playoff game. So he has played in all of them and has, of course, been rock steady for the Golden Knights as part of that fourth line. Played on the third line for a little bit, but of late on the fourth line with Nick Dowd and Cole Smith. The Knights generated 17 hits in the first period. Keegan Kolasar among those with at least a hit. He had one. And see how the Knights unfold with their hits as the night goes along. Let's see. Hits in the opening period here. Mark Stone had a few. Barbashev also with a few. And Noah Hannafin with a few. So those three players tied with 3 each. Okay, intermission report coming up. Ryan Wallace will be with us to guide you through the intermission as the Golden Knights and Hurricanes go to the intermission 0-0. When tied after one in the playoffs, Knights have a record of 4-2. Carolina, when tied after the first period, a record of 3-0. It's the fourth scoreless first period in the 2026 playoffs for the Knights and their opponent. Go back to Game 1 of the Western Conference Final in Denver. The others were against the Ducks back in Games 1 and 2 of the second round. Again, the fourth scoreless first period for the Knights and their opponent here in the 2026 playoffs. We'll be back in a moment. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, it's the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
The legendary El Cortez Hotel and Casino, Las Vegas's original downtown hotspot since 1941. Play the slots, hit the tables, sip on classic cocktails, and enjoy hospitality the old school way. Experience the perfect mix of vintage Vegas charm and modern excitement that can't be found anywhere else. Whether you're here to stay, play, or dine, the good old days of Las Vegas are alive and well at El Cortez Hotel and Casino.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids, we turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At Access, we believe that music and sports are best enjoyed live and in person. That's why we're passionate about providing fans with tickets to the hottest sporting events and concerts around the world, including right here in Vegas. The Access ticketing app is safe, simple, and secure, and you can find it in the App Store for iOS or the Google Play Store for Android. Or visit us at access.com to find tickets to your next unforgettable live experience. That's AXS.com. Access, your ticket to Las Vegas.
At Western Alliance Bank, expert business banking is what we're all about. We deliver results by being nimble and relationship-focused. Working closely with our clients, we provide tailored banking solutions to give businesses the edge they need to conquer today's challenges and capitalize on tomorrow's opportunities. Move forward with confidence, backed by the support of a top-performing bank. Discover how we can help your business solve today and succeed tomorrow. Connect with an expert banker at westernalliancebank.com. Member FDIC.
Being diagnosed with cancer was the hardest thing I've ever faced. Funny how when I got the news, it was life's simple things that mattered most, like nights out with the kids. As a candidate for a new clinical trial right here in Vegas, I've been able to spend more time with them, making memories, and never missing a family night out.
Comprehensive Cancer Centers. Here where you need us.
The biggest games in the world. Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Here's Ryan Wallace with the Intermission Report on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
The Vegas Golden Knights Foundation supports exemplary Las Vegas nonprofit organizations that make a positive impact in the local community with a focus on 5 pillars: youth, sports, health and wellness, education, first responders and veterans, and hunger and homelessness. For more information on the Vegas Golden Knights Foundation or to make a donation, visit vegasgoldenknights.com/community. It's the Intermission Report. Golden Knights, Carolina Hurricanes 0-0 after the first period of play, and it was a fairly physical period of hockey for the Vegas Golden Knights. Still tabulating right now the hits in that first period. Every time I look at it, I promise you, it raises up a little bit. But the Golden Knights right now with 22 hits in that first period, and it was everybody top to bottom in the lineup. It was Mark Stone, it was Mitch Marner, it was Jack Eichel, it was Ivan Barbashev naturally. Fourth line coming through with the physical play as well. There was a commitment, no doubt, from the Golden Knights to come out hitting in that first period. And so what you like about it, right, is that as the game wears on, the physicality will start to pay dividends. And that's not just independent of this game, it's for the entire series. I thought it was a really physical opening frame from the Vegas Golden Knights. And as I talk about it now, Vegas has 23 hits in the first period and counting and counting and counting. Let's touch on Brayden McNabb here. I mean, obviously, it is a tremendous feat from McNabb to be in this game, to be playing a regular shift when just 48 hours ago, he had to leave the game in game number 2 after taking an 87-mile-an-hour slap shot to the face. And I thought Gary Lawless said it best. The term warrior does get thrown out a bit. If you're going to use it for any guy in the National Hockey League, Brayden McNabb is it. And this game, being in the lineup, showing up for his teammates this way, that underpins it all. And you heard the emotion in Keegan Colasar's voice in his walk-off there with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless. It means something. It means something that Brayden is fighting through it and showing up for his teammates. When you want to talk about a locker room that's close-knit, that plays for one another, just listen to that interview. It's going to give you every indication of what the Golden Knights are all about. So, very physical first period. We'll touch on the offense in just a minute. We'll take a break, come back with more in a moment. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. Stanley Cup playoffs in the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
What do you count on? You count on your power every day. At NV Energy, we've always powered what's important to you. But we're not looking at the past. We're focused on the future. While our standards are high, our rates will remain low. And our commitment to renewables isn't just meeting standards, but leading the way. Because you can count on more than just your power. You can count on the company who brings it to you. That's our promise. You can count on it.
Hi, I'm attorney Adam Cutner. I grew up playing hockey. To win in hockey, you have to be aggressive, you have to work hard, and you have to have a great team. And it's no different when I'm representing my clients in their personal injury cases. My team and I work hard to get you the maximum settlement as quickly as possible, because winning is everything.
If you've been injured in an accident, ask attorney Adam Cutner, 702-382-0000. That's 382-0000.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt. I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them. What? Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean? I guess. Their gloves come off when they fight for you. Okay. I'm talking a settlement slap shot. Shouldn't we be talking about the game? Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan.
Official partner of the Vegas Golden Knights. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What do you think makes the perfect snack?
It's gotta be when I'm really craving it and it's convenient.
Could you be more specific?
When it's convenient.
Okay.
Like a freshly baked cookie made with real butter, available right down the street at AM/PM, or a savory breakfast sandwich I can grab in just a second at AM/PM.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Well, yeah, we're talking about what I crave.
Which is anything from AM/PM.
What more could you want?
Stop by AM/PM where the snacks and drinks are perfectly craveable and convenient. That's Cravenience. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Back to Ryan Wallace for his Stanley Cup Final Intermission Report.
Hey, Golden Knights fans, we know you do anything for a win and an ice cold Bud Light, because whether you're cheering in the arena or parked on the couch, the clean and crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. Bud Light, easy to drink and easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. See the mission report. The Golden Knights, Carolina Hurricanes, 0-0 after the first period of play. Stats of the period are presented by Foley Family Wines. Shots 7-2. The edge there to Carolina. Shot attempts also favoring Carolina, 22-16. Hits 23-11. The edge there to the Vegas Golden Knights. Carolina charged with 6 giveaways, a single takeaway, 5 block shots. Vegas, 5 giveaways, a single takeaway, and 8 block shots. I mentioned offense and touching on that here going into the second period. And, I think for the Golden Knights, 16 shot attempts, a fair bit missing the net. And that's, I guess, where I want to spend some time, right? 2 on goal, 6 blocks, 8 missing the net. For the Golden Knights, it is about quality, right? Like, this is a team that has been able to create really good looks, dangerous chances, absolutely 100%. But the reality of the situation is there were looks, there were opportunities, there were chances for the Golden Knights, and they just weren't able to get it on net and force Freddie Anderson into making a save. Now, Keegan Colasar touched on it. He's looking for more zone time, and that's absolutely where it should be and where it needs to be for the Golden Knights here going into the second period. Though I don't believe they were too much in their own zone in the first period. I don't think that was the case. It's not like the Golden Knights were taking on water. It did feel like Carolina had more possession. It didn't seem like the Golden Knights were able to sustain zone time, and that's how you can break Carolina down in their man-on-man defense. So in the second period, you want to see more zone time for the Golden Knights. You want to see the chances that they're generating actually get to Freddie Anderson, forcing him to make a save. And then, from there, I think for the Golden Knights, they just got to be a little bit cleaner on their breakouts, on their exits. The puck's got to get out when they have opportunity. That is what I'm paying attention to in the second period. Second period action's coming up next. Dan and Gary, they've got the call. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Reliable service and a brand you can trust. Visit OneStopRoofShop.com. Commercial or home, we can do what you need. Helping build this community. Big or small, there's nothing we can do. We're the most preferred and we're here for you. Reliable service and a brand you can trust. Visit OneStopRoofShop.com.
What do you think makes the perfect snack?
It's gotta be when I'm really craving it and it's convenient.
Could you be more specific?
When it's convenient.
Okay.
Like a freshly baked cookie made with real butter, available right down the street at AM/PM, or a savory breakfast sandwich I can grab in just a second at AM/PM.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Well, yeah, we're talking about what I crave.
Which is anything from AM/PM.
What more could you want?
Stop by AM/PM where the snacks and drinks are perfectly craveable and convenient. That's Cravenience. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Since 1981, we've been raising every glass, serving all Nevada, making good times last. From wine to whiskey, beer and more. Find your favorites at every store. Please discount liquor, Nevada's place to go. Biggest selection, prices you love. 23 stores across the Silver State. Serving Nevada since 1981. Please discount liquor, where Nevada celebrates.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Golden Knights fans, when we win, you win. That's because Buffalo Wild Wings is giving away 6 free wings with a $10 minimum purchase anytime the Golden Knights win a preseason, regular season, or playoff game. This Win for Wings promotion is valid for 2 days after each qualifying game at all beat-up sports bar locations throughout the Vegas area. Get your 6 free wings on top of great drink specials, including some of the best happy hour and late-night prices Vegas has to offer throughout hockey season at your local Buffalo Wild Wings, a proud partner of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Back to the Stanley Cup Finals as the Golden Knights take on the Hurricanes.
Hi, above ringside at T-Mobile Arena here in fabulous Las Vegas. Game 3 Stanley Cup Final Series tied 1-1. No goals so far. We saw in the first period of Game 2, the Knights had a 1-0 lead. Brett Howden's 12th. They got another one in the second period. His 13th, leading all playoff goal scorers. In the first game of this series, Nikolai Hiller scored the first 2. But Hiller's lost that game, and Howden lost the next game. So forget about who scores the first one or the first 2, Gary, in this series, at least so far.
Carolina a little more dangerous in the first period, but unable to get anything past Carter Hart. We'll see if the Golden Knights have a little push in them here in the second. Looks like Golden Knights will start with Mark Stone, Jack Eichel, and Ivan Barbashev.
A couple of players to watch out for on the Carolina side, Gary. As you described, Keandre Miller went down the tunnel with about half a minute to go in the period. William Carrier did not play the last 4.5 minutes of the first period, so we'll keep an eye on those players as the evening unfolds. Ready to start the second. Knights in gold, Hurricanes in white. Carolina gets the draw, skating right to left, the dump in. Down to the near side. Look at Anderson colliding and went hard into the forward speed right in the shot. That is off target, hits the glass. Comes to the near side. Eichel, Stone, and then Anderson to shovel it forward. Picked up by Barbashev. He shoots. Steered aside by the goaltender, Freddie Anderson. That'll go for just the third shot of the game for the Knights, assuming they consider it on goal. It might have got one. No, they credited the shot. It was near the left post when Anderson made the save. Now Stone gets through. He shoots. He scores! Mark Stone pushes down the slot. Goes low on Freddie Anderson. It leaks through. Mark Stone has the first goal of Game 3. Goals in consecutive games in the final. The Knights have a 1-0 lead. 36 seconds into the second. Moved him up in the lineup. And that pays dividends.
It's a little bit of a line change, and you love these mixed lines. I think it's Brett Howden that comes up. It's a pass from Theodore. Yep, it's Howden off the wall to Stone in the middle. Just a little bump pass from Howden. A backhander that frees Stone up. The right-hander goes 5-hole.
Carolina is challenging the play to determine if it was onside prior to the goal.
Well, they're really wrong on these. So let's see what we have here.
Rod Brindamore looking down at the monitor on his bench. The linesmen handle these reviews, so Devin Berg and Matt McPherson are on the headsets, looking at the tablet to see if the Knights were offside here in the opening half minute. Again, it was Brett Howden and Mark Stone combining for the chance. And Gary, it's worth pointing out here in the second period, we often talk about it being the long change as it relates to the offensive and defensive zones.
This will be offside. Brett Howden is over the blue line. When he brings the puck through, he's got both skates over. And this goal will come off.
Again, the point I was
Sorry.
going to bring up. No, you're right to point it out. We got an opportunity to see the replay from our friends at ESPN. But the point is, Gary, when you're in the second period, you're closer to the attacking zone. So you can make plays like that.
Video review at 19:26. The play was offside, no goal.
That's the recall.
So take the goal off the board for the Knights. Howden just barely across the line. He is almost flat-footed. And if he were straddling the blue line, it would have been great. But he was basically standing parallel with the blue line just inside of it. We're talking a matter of inches. His right skate was inside the blue line. Stone flying down the middle. Went through the 5-hole of Anderson, but no goal. And the successful challenge for the Hurricanes keeps the game at 0-0. Carolina to the attack on the right wing side, and Seth Jarvis, the overtime hero in game 2. Knights trouble clearing. Second time it's Carlson to speed out. Carlson to the offensive blue, shoots wide. Rebound off the lively backboards, came in front. Anderson steered it away. Conlon got to a loose puck on the right. Marner checked by Stahl. Carolina gets the puck on the near side of the clear. Toward Jarvis, got away from him. Hannafin, the former Hurricane, plays it out. Hurricanes try to send it back in. It's a delayed offside. Hannafin forward. That hits somebody. Linesman waves off a potential icing. Like maybe Marner got a piece. Hurricanes get a high dump in toward the goal. It bounced in front. Ends up back out high without a clean shot. That was a weird one. From up top, Nikishin shoots over the goal. Rebound goes off the backboards. Hurricanes get it on the near side left. To the point, and Gostisville rims it hard down low. Taylor Hall. Checked by Dorothea. Creates a loose puck. Hall couldn't get to it. Sissons protects. Hands it off to Theodore. Looking toward McNabb. It got away from McNabb, and the Hurricanes get it back in the ozone. Feet out in front for Hall. He shoots. Hard to save. Got a piece with his glove hand. Knights fail to clear it. Loose puck far side. McNabb going toward the corner to get it. Taylor Hall gets it back and rims it behind. Theodore couldn't quite time the reception of the rim around. Puck comes to the near side, Dorothea. Now Theodore again, he lifts it out. Bouncing to the Carolina line. Hurdle couldn't knock it down. Hurricanes get it back to center with Nikishin. Forward pass to the Vegas line. Knocked away from Carrier. Knights get it. Played up to the Carolina line. And Nikishin lost it. Taken by Dorothea, working in. He shoots. Blocked by Nikishin wide right. Off to the near side boards. Hurdle. Backhands it toward the corner. Dorothea works it further. Down escapes to the left wing corner. Chased by Gostisbehere. Down up the left wing boards. Turns and shoots. Blocked. And it comes out to center. William Carrier, I thought, might have had a teammate on the right wing, but the Hurricanes were going for a change. It was sort of a dumping. Knights sent it the other way. A tip off a Hurricane stick, so no icing. Carolina fails to clear it down, cut it off, put it toward the slot, but nobody home. Hurricanes working ahead. Look out, collision at center. McNabb a hard hit on Jankowski. Jankowski looked toward the official, trying to sell a penalty, but none was called. Referee Chris Rooney falls over at the Carolina line with Cole Smith and Keegan Polisar working in on the forecheck. Polisar hit. Down is the third wave, but the Canes get through. Down lands a check behind the play. Hurricanes work in. Down goes over the railing at the Knights bench and is replaced by Eichel. Eichel gets the puck at the Carolina blue line. Polisar joins in. Try to push it forward. Bouncing around at center. Got tipped toward Conlon at his own blue. He turned it over. Hurricanes can't find a handle either. Near side and center. Eichel reaches in. Keandre Miller coming back to his own blue. Pressure from Barbashev right off the bench. Knocked it loose. Hurricanes fail to progress through the neutral zone cleanly. Hannafin from his own blue. Forward on the left. Barbashev. He dumps it in. Eichel rushes in. Lands a check on Slavin. Bouncer comes in front. Stone shoots. Save. Rebound. Score. Jack Eichel. The rebound goal. The Knights take a 1-0 lead. 4 minutes into the second. Third goal of the playoffs for Jack Eichel. Well, this line was coming on a few minutes ago. Mark Stone from the bench thought he had scored. Taken off the board because of an offside challenge. This one is a save by Anderson on Stone with the right pad. But Eichel right atop the crease. Wonderful hand-eye coordination and patience because Anderson was without a stick.
They're going to challenge goaltender interference here, Dan. Ron Brindamore is talking to Wes McCauley right now.
It's a 1-0 Vegas lead if the goal stands. They challenged for offside earlier and were successful. Let's listen.
Carolina is challenging that there was goalie interference prior to the goal.
Of course, the Knights challenged for no goaltender interference late in Game 2. Goal was taken off the board. Knights thought they had scored. The officials said no. Goaltender interference. John Tortorella challenged. Officials stuck with the call on the ice. Here, the call on the ice was goal. Play is made by Jack Eichel. He's doing his best to get to the puck and not make contact with the goaltender Anderson. He does not go in the crease. Looks to be a quick review.
After video review, there was goaltender on the play. No goal, goalie offender.
So twice in 4 minutes, the Knights have had goals taken off the scoreboard. And the Knights thought they had been cheated out of a goal in Game 2. Now they have twice had a goal come off the board here in Game 3.
Ivan Barbashev is coming through the crease, and he's trying to make a play on the puck. And Anderson is on the edge of the blue ice. This is goaltender interference. This is the right call.
From the neutral zone, Knights dump it in, and the fans at T-Mobile Arena barking and chanting at the officials. Many fans still on their feet here. Carolina to the offensive zone, a drop pass and a drive. Wide from Svechnikov. Knights get it. And Gary, what did we talk about on the pregame show? Something goes against the Golden Knights, and perhaps John Tortorella using that as ammunition, sort of us against the world sort of a thing. When we had that conversation, it was only once. Now it's 3 times. Theodore defends the injury by Aho. Got it to Mitch Marner. Clear up the far side. Cole Smith charging after it. Knights have put the puck behind Freddie Anderson in twice, but on both occasions off the scoreboard with coach's challenges from Rod Brindamore. Knights get a rolling puck into the offensive zone. No icing. Down to Cole Smith with pressure. Down lands a check. Carolina gets the puck. Clear goes through McNabb. Theodore coming back though. Banks it towards center. Not out. Cut off by Gostisbehere. Kept in the zone on the left wing side. Taylor Hall to it left wing corner. Theodore checks him off the puck. McNabb starts it ahead to Colasar. Keegan fails to clear the zone, but then he gets it back. Flips it across to the right side, and now it's center. It's Theodore to dump it in right wing. Counterclockwise, Colasar left corner. Put it behind for depth. Got through him and a Hurricane defender. Out of the near corner, a clear. That'll go down for a Carolina icing. 5.5 minutes gone in the second period. 0-0 the score remains. Stone thought he had scored. Eichel thought he had scored. And both times the goals coming off the scoreboard after Rod Brindamore successfully challenged.
Vegas is really throwing the body around right now, and it's getting underneath the Hurricane's skin. Dow just went to go to the bench, and Walker followed him and gave him a whack. And after Rod Brindamore challenged for goaltender interference, after he talked to McCollum, he went up and down the bench screaming at his team. He knows. He's escaped twice for review. Vegas has been much better so far here in the second.
Knights get the puck back at their own blue. Hannafin with Coughlin. Dylan Coughlin dumps it in. Around it goes counterclockwise, reversed. Coughlin steps in front of Jarvis and whips it across the slot. Untouched to the far boards. Ehlers on it. Sweeps it to center. Stone cut it off. Deals rink wide right for Coughlin. Coughlin at the red line sends it deep. Hops off the glass around counterclockwise. Stone gathers it in. Left point to right point. Anderson shoots. Glove save. Secured by Anderson. That's Rasmus Anderson shooting. Freddie Anderson making the save and goal. They are not related, spelled differently from different countries.
Jordan Stahl getting into Barbashev's ear after this play. Ivan's been around Freddie a little bit, as he should be. It's his job.
We have a meeting of timeout. 13:48 to go, second period. 0-0. Knights have twice appeared to score, twice lost the goal after a coach's challenge. And in both cases, I would agree with Gary that the officials made the right call, taking it off for an offside play that was missed, and then the goaltender interference a few moments later. 0-0, 13:48 to go in the second period. Game 3, series tied at 1-1. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the rewards program that loves it when you date night. Bet the perfect parlay. Lounge poolside. Ooh, shiatsu. Bottle service. Yeah, hit me. Shop till you drop. And then some. Earn and redeem on countless amazing experiences at MGM Resorts. This is MGM Rewards. Why be a guest when you can be a member? Visit MGMRewards.com for more. Earning and redemption limitations may apply to certain purchases in certain states.
Every day, we wake up to endless possibilities. And for almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping build the kinds of relationships that turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. We're fueling everyday life with energy service that's reliable, affordable, and most importantly, safe. Because at Southwest Gas, we're not just delivering energy service, we're fueling the moments that matter most.
In baseball, there are plenty of things you can count on. A sea of foam fingers, kids lining up for autographs, catching the wave as it makes its way around the stands. In healthcare, there are things you can rely on just the same, like counting on United Healthcare for reliable Medicare coverage with low out-of-pocket costs. With United Healthcare, you'll find a wide range of Medicare plans to choose from to fit your budget, your needs, and your life. Learn more at uhc.com.
Back to the Stanley Cup playoffs with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless.
Welcome back. Right from the draw, Knights get a shot on goal, but it's a glove save for Freddie Anderson. Went from Ivan Barbashev. Freddie Anderson's 101st Stanley Cup playoff game. 36-year-old from Denmark. Drafted twice. First by the Carolina Hurricanes in 2010. Did not join them. Then drafted in 2012 by the Ducks, and that's where he started his career. Ducks, Maple Leafs, and now back to Carolina, the team that had originally drafted him back in 2010. Play is back in the Golden Knights zone. Anderson and Eichel get it for the Knights. Eichel from deep in his own zone swings it off the far boards out to center. Barbashev and Stone trying to get it back for the Knights. They cannot. Jarvis back to his defense. Played ahead by Slavin. Entry denied by the Knights. Eichel just shoves one of the players down to the ice, Nikolai Ehlers, getting a reaction from the crowd. 7 minutes gone, 13 minutes to go, second period. Game 3, 0-0 tie. The Knights and Hurricanes are locked up 1-1 in the series. Hurdle checks Keandre Miller. Takeaway for the Knights as a result. Sissons put it behind. Pursuit from the Knights, but another Dorothea versus Sissons could get it. Sent the other way by Jackson Blake. Theodore out of the far corner. McNabb plays the body of one of the Canes down near the corner boards. Vegas, therefore, can get it out to center. Lead pass goes to Dorothea. Stumbles at the line as he carries it in. Roughed up by Keandre Miller. Checked by Holt Sissons. Puck ends up behind the net. Far side. Jackson Blake. Trouble clearing into skates of McNabb. Plays at the left half wall for the Knights. Comes loose and a rink-wide pass. Toward Theodore, javelin-style poke to get it away from Taylor Hall. It went down to the corner. Then back up top, Theodore skating left. Feeds toward the goal. Broke it up. Hoping for the cutting William Karlsson, but it was broken up near the net by Jackson Blake. The other way goes Svechnikov. Theodore catches up to him and shoves him away. Sharp angle shot from near the right corner. Grabbed by Carter Hart. And he has the whistle. Shot from almost the goal line, deep on the right wing there. And an ozone draw coming up for the Hurricanes.
We're seeing the defense pairing shuffled a little bit, Dan, and it's not consistent. It seems like there's a shift where it's Coughlin and Theodore, and then Coughlin and Hannafin. I think they might be giving Braden McNabb a little less work. It's hard to tell. We'll keep an eye on the ice now.
Face-off win for the Knights. Hannafin burrows in behind his own goal. The lefty fires through center. Marner tips it in on goal. Patted aside by goaltender Freddie Anderson. Hurricanes on it, and a clear. Goes as far as the Knights' blue. Theodore inside his own blue. Steers it ahead for Howden. Checks into the door at his bench. A whistle. Stops play. Nikisha checked Howden into the doorway near center ice at the Vegas bench. Officials stop play immediately. Draw will be just outside the Carolina blue line. Shots favor the Knights by more than double. 33-16. The hits in favor of Vegas. William Carrier lands a hit on Noah Hannafin on that last play after Noah got the clear.
I figured out what he's done with the pairings. He's got Lozon and Anderson playing together. Hannafin and Coughlin Theodore is still with McNabb.
Well, it's going to get a monkey wrench, Gary, because Noah Hannafin just went down the tunnel. Again, checked into the glass by William Carrier. As we just described, Hannafin got the puck out. Marner tipped it in. But again, behind the play, Carrier checked Hannafin. He went down the tunnel. So the Knights played most of Game 2 with only 5 defensemen. The injury to McNabb. We'll keep an eye on Noah Hannafin, former Hurricane. William Carrier has the puck deep in the offensive zone for the Hurricanes. Former Golden Knight with an assist last game. 4 assists in the playoffs, no goals. This puck is in the left circle. We got a whistle and a hand pass. They're going to bring it out to center. So no goals still. 9 minutes gone by in the second period. Knights thought they had scored twice. Both times taken away because of coaches' challenges. First one was offside. Second one was goaltender interference. And again, would be the opinion of this broadcast group that both of those were the correct calls. Neutral zone draw coming up. Theodore and McNabb together. Plus Eichel, Stone, and Barbashev. Stone has been playing with Sissons and Hurdle the last handful of games since Stone returned from injury. But Knights are looking for something different. So Stone up to the top line with Barbashev and Eichel. Knights get it in. Puck ends up on the far side boards. McNabb toward Eichel. Jack working to get the puck in the middle. He shoots just wide left. Stone leaning and trying to reach the puck. Could not. He and one of the Hurricanes players collide and go into the corner. At the other end, Carolina weaves into the zone. Ehlers from the left flank flipped it in front. Gloved down by McNabb. Clears the zone, but without possession. Taken by Theodore now. Theodore breaks near the logo and dumps it in. Flanks off the left corner boards around to the right. Eichel was there, but got checked off the puck. Back to the opposite corner. Miller lifts it out for the Hurricanes. Got it to the Knights line. Conklin plays it forward. Hurdle stood up as he tried to go after the puck. No icing as the Knights go in on the forecheck. Halfway through the second period, 0-0. Hurricanes dump it in. Back go the Knights to retrieve. Conklin played it to center. Hurdle up to the line for Marner. Got a delayed penalty coming up against the Hurricanes. Marner signaled in the neutral zone right away. And this will be the first penalty of the contest against either side. Here is the announcement.
Carolina penalty, a benchmark penalty committed on the ice.
Well, let's keep an eye on the power play here, Dan. John Tortorella alluded to you in the pregame. In your pregame interview, he might use Theodore on the top on the number 1 power play unit. He wants more attack, more shots on goal.
Something they tried late in Game 2 to no avail, but they did score 6-5. The layup game against Carolina. Knights power play when we come back. Halfway through the second period, 0-0 in Game 3. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, it's the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
The Golden Knights have one mission at T-Mobile Arena: protect this fortress. And the Golden Knights aren't alone. T-Mobile Arena gets 24/7 power protection from EcoStruxure, the advanced IoT platform from Schneider Electric. With EcoStruxure, Arena staff can monitor every building system from a single screen. The result? Energy savings, comfortable fans, and a building ready for anything. That's EcoStruxure from Schneider Electric. Innovation at every level.
For years, everyone thought Verizon had the best network, because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile. T-Mobile's network has the most advanced 5G, with more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So you can text and instant talk and say, "You won't believe where I am."
T-Mobile has the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. See T-Mobile.com/network.
It's time to upgrade your roofing and solar experience, and Cooper Roofing and Solar has you covered. Literally. From re-roofing to deck installs, roof tune-ups, skylights, and more, they do it all. Right now, subscribe to Cooper's maintenance plan and get a 15% discount on roof maintenance. Keep your roof in top shape, avoid emergency repairs, and save big. Cooper Roofing and Solar is employee-owned and Southern Nevada's largest roofing company. Call Cooper today at 702-688-7940 or visit coopersolar.com. Cooper Roofing and Solar, proud roofing partner of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Back to the Fortress for more Stanley Cup playoff action.
Golden Knights head to the power play. 0 for 7 in the series. And they will start with 5 forwards. Marner, a blast from the draw. It's a blocker save. Freddie Anderson to his right. Carried behind by Jack Eichel. Eichel sends it in front. Score! Thomas Hurdle! 10 seconds into the power play. And the Knights take a 1-0 lead. This one will count. 9:34 to go in the second period. Tomas Hurdle, who had 13 power play goals in the regular season, 6 helpers on the power play in the playoffs, but that's his first postseason power play goal this year. Knights lead 1-0 as Hurdle, from the bumper position, set up beautifully from behind the goal on a great pass. Jack Eichel got to the trapezoid, and the righty stepped toward the left corner and whipped it in front to Hurdle right between the circles.
Chatfield is out of position over on the flank, trying to cover Dorothea. It just opens a huge soft spot in the middle for Hurdle. Eichel sees it. Perfect pass. And Dan's right. This one will count.
William Carlson breaking in. He shoots. Hand on it. Might have been stick check. Now a centering pass. Score! Off of a Carolina defenseman. It was Walker trying to play it away from his net mouth, but he deflected it into his own goal. And Mitch Marner will get credit for the second Golden Knights goal in half a minute. William Carlson generated the play and ultimately responsible for this one getting to Marner and going into the goal off Sean Walker.
The hockey gods taketh and the hockey gods giveth. Vegas loses 2 goals on challenges, good challenges, the right call, but Vegas was doing the right things to make those plays. They get a too many men power play, score, and then an own goal on the Hurricanes.
Marner gets credit for his 8th. The goal is separated by 14 seconds. Power play goal from Hurdle. Even strength goal from Marner. Marner's 25th point of the postseason. 8 goals, 8 goals, 17 assists, and obviously the most points in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Markey has held for weeks now from the right wing. Down shot, pinballed in front, and deflects out to the left side. Jeremy Lauzon there. Whips it down into the corner. Colasar with down. Down pressured by Slavin. Colasar works it loose. Back to down. Down pressured along the boards. Outside the left wing circle. Pops loose into the slot. Hurricanes on it. Tipped off the near side. Neutral zone boards. Anderson back in his own blue, plays it ahead. And an icing call. Stone thought perhaps he had tipped it. Michael thought he might win the race. Linesman says no on both counts.
For the 3rd game in a row, we have a 2-0 lead. Game 1, Carolina led 2-0. Vegas won. Game 2, Vegas led 2-0. Carolina won. Game 3, the Golden Knights are up 2-0. Let's see what happens.
The difference tonight is different goal scorers for the first 2 goals. Game 1, first 2 were Nikolai Hillers both. Game 2, Brett Howden both. Here it's Hurdle on the power play, then Marner. Marner from Carlson and Theodore at 10:42 after it was Hurdle on the power play from Eichel and Marner. So 2 points for Marner, and he's up to 26 points in the postseason, a goal and an assist today. From the Hurricanes' offensive zone control, Theodore knocks it down in front. Near side, Stone banks it out. Cut off though in center, Martin flips it back in. Carter Hart reaches out to his right. Stone back for support, plays it ahead, off Aho, but Eichel gathers the bouncing puck, skates it in. Through the right circle and forced to the corner by Keandre Miller. And then Eichel's centering attempt blocked by Miller. Attempt to clear far side. Stone cuts it off, fires right off, Eichel off the right boards. Banks it around. Barbashev in pursuit near the left corner. Then from the left side wall, it was McNabb joining the play. Bounce it around. Dorothea reaches in and gloves it down to himself. Up and down the left wing boards. Down toward the corner. He's centered. Knocked down by Anderson. And he covers it up. Dorothea trying to get that puck out in front.
The other difference, the spooky stuff happened in the 3rd period. In both games, weird stuff took place.
Yeah.
We've had our spooky stuff already in this game here in the 2nd period.
Knights had appeared to score twice, but coach's challenges took those goals off the board. First it was Stone. That play was deemed to be offside. Brett Howden was in the zone. correctly called offside. And then later on, it was what they called goaltender interference upon review. Again, the coach's challenge. Those goals didn't count. These two do count. Hurdle and Marner, 2-0 Knights.
Marner now has 26 points in the playoffs there.
As the Hurricanes win a D-zone draw. They can't clear it, though. Kept alive by Dorofeev toward Hurdle deep on the left wing. Dorofeev trying to poke at the Hurdle. Instead, it goes up the boards and rattles out to the neutral zone. Dylan Coughlin on it. Forward toward Hurdle, who deflects it in.
He ties Eichel for the most ever in a playoff run, I believe.
As the puck is sent back the other way by the Hurricanes. Here comes Ehlers. Shot, save, rebound! Swept away by Jeremy Lauzon. Another try knocked down in front. Now Slavin lost it. Not only did Tomas Hurdle block the shot, he gets it away to assistance. He shoots, save! Anderson got a piece with his stick. And now deep on the left wing side, there goes Jeremy Lauzon. A wraparound, stopped! Right through the blue ice. Left wing, thrown across through the middle again, off the stick and back out to neutral ice. Theodore to his own zone to retrieve. Wake up, fights Marner into the zone on side. Marner delays. Then the fourth man, McNabb delays. He centers. No, it went right through the crease. Nobody played it for the Knights. And now dumped in by the Hurricanes for an icing. How did nobody get a stick on that? Everybody was fooled, I guess. Not only the defenders, but the Knights attackers as well. Everybody bit to McNabb. He played it diagonally through the crease. And the goal is wide open, but no one for the Knights. Carlson and Howden to get their stick on it. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know how just missed it. I think it just goes through his skates. McNabb, he just missed it.
Between his skates and stick. Knights win the draw. Marner shoots, glove save. No rebound. By the way, Gary, the Vegas goals I mentioned, 16 seconds apart. Hurdle on the power play, and then Marner at even strength. 16 seconds apart. New record for the Knights, fastest postseason goals in Knights history. Previous record was all the way back in their first ever playoff series. Round 1, Game 3 in Los Angeles. 21 seconds separating James Neal and William Karlsson in the third period. Knights winning against Los Angeles in a sweep. So, Gary, to follow up on your point from a moment ago, 2 points for Marner today. A goal and an assist. 8 goals, 18 assists. So 26 points, and indeed ties Jack Eichel for most in a Golden Knights postseason at 26. Eichel did that in 2023, of course. Marchessault at 25 that year. And won the Conn Smythe. Under 6 minutes to go, second period. Knights lead 2-0. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Plays on the far boards in the attacking zone. Oh, Marner is off to the races. Down the slot, the righty fakes, forehand, off the right side of the goal. Anderson doing his best to hold his ground, and did so. Now it's a steal. McNabb to Marner again. Cuts in front. He scores! Oh, my goodness! Marner on a breakaway, stopped by the side of the goal. Then it's McNabb, a sweet dish, and Marner has 3 points in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. A 3-0 Golden Knights lead. 5:28 to go in the second period. First time he faked out Anderson, but put the puck off the side of the goal. Second time he faked out Anderson and put it right inside the left post for what is his 9th goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
What a play by McNabb to get up there and stop it. Marner with the finish. The big point over to McNabb. What a goal. And that third goal has been huge in this series. The team that has scored the third goal in Game 1 and Game 2 has gone on to win the game.
Marner's second of the game, his 8th and 9th of the postseason. And that, of course, establishes a new mark this postseason at 27 points. Vegas looks for more. Paul Smith gets around Gostisbehere to the trapezoid. He rocks it right. There's Dowd. Hammered along the boards, but he did rim it around McNabb. Couldn't get the puck in front. Came to the line, held in by Cole Smith. Works to the slot and shoots over the goal. Hits the high glass. To the nearest side right. Svechnikov sandwiched Cole Smith and Nick Dowd. Kolasar continues the forecheck, but that group starts to back off. And then a line change. Line change is brought to you by William Hill. Carolina brings it across the line. Deflected puck comes in the air toward the goal. Hart gloves it, but leaves it in play. Knights have numbers back. Theodore to the sidewall. Knights need some defensive support here. And now Anderson comes back to help Theodore as the puck ends up in the crowd. Look at it. It's out of play. What, about 6 rows back? And everybody looks to be okay. The Knights have scored 3 times. No challenges on these 3. Hurdle on the power play from Michael and Marner. That opened up the floodgates. Marner scored 16 seconds later. Marner from Carlson and Theodore. And then Marner from McNabb. 3-0 Golden Knights. 4:30 to go in the second period. By the way, the Knights have outshot the Hurricanes 12-5 here in the middle period. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
California's #1 casino just got better. Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is now the only AAA 5-diamond rated casino hotel in the country. Become a Club Serrano member today and enjoy perks and exclusive rewards. VIP at another casino? Trade up and take advantage of the tier and offer match program at Yamava Resort and Casino, voted #1 casino outside of Vegas by Newsweek. You in? Details at yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter.
Broker license number 1001607.LLC.
You gotta go Galindo. I'm Josh Galindo, owner of Galindo Group Real Estate. We're not just a real estate company, we're a lifestyle brokerage with over 20 years of experience. When you work with us, you get more than a realtor. You get an entire team dedicated to creating an experience you'll love. From start to finish, we make buying or selling your home smooth, fun, and completely stress-free.
You gotta go Galindo. 702-820.
GalindoGroupRealestate.com.
Welcome to Win City, where a hat trick means more than just 3 goals in a hockey game. It's also when you reach 3 goals in life. You make the perfect souffle. You graduate with that diploma. You land your dream job.
What a hat trick! What a play!
Another great play is scoring the official credit card of the Vegas Golden Knights with exclusive perks and benefits for VGK fans. See if you pre-qualify at CreditOneBank.com. Terms apply. Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
Back to the Stanley Cup playoffs with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless.
Mitch Marner has a 3-point performance, 2 goals, 1 assist. Knights lead the Hurricanes 3-0 in Game 3. 4.5 to go. Second period here in the Stanley Cup Final. Hurricanes work to the offensive end. Jarvis gets to the corner and banks it behind for Ehlers. Bodied by Jeremy Lauzon. Puck to the sidewall and Stone. He lifts it up. Will go off the sidewall in the Carolina zone. Not enough for icing. Chatfield plays it ahead. Barbashev checks him hard. Barbashev has earlier today established a new Golden Knights postseason hits record. Knights now guilty of icing on another dump-in. Back to the Marner record, Gary. With 3 points today, sets a new Golden Knights postseason scoring record. 27 points, up to 9 goals and 18 assists with 3 points today. And indeed, continues to lead the Stanley Cup playoffs. 27 points. Most points on the Carolina side would be Taylor Hall at 16. Worth pointing out that the Hurricanes have played 3 games fewer than the Knights, but clearly that's a big gap between Marner's team-leading 27 and Hall's team-leading 16. Ozone draw for the Hurricanes. 4:02 to go in the second period. Carolina wins the draw. Shot from the right wing. Hart's the save. Rebound to his left, and he secures it. And the fans who've had plenty of offense to cheer about here now use the opportunity to cheer for the goaltender, number 79.
Still haven't seen Noah Hannafin, Dan. It's the one kind of dark cloud over this period. Vegas has beat Freddie Anderson 5 times in this period. 3 of them have counted.
Stone's goal taken off for offside 34 seconds in. Eichel's goal taken off for goaltender interference 4 minutes in. And that Hurdle at 10:26. Marner at 10:42. Marner again at 14:32. Under 4 minutes to go in the middle frame. Kind of airborne clear. Marner again hanging out near the center ice logo. Another breakaway chance, but couldn't quite get to it. Theodore whips it ahead. There is a break. It's Howden. Howden to the goal. Backhand. Forehand stopped. He got to the top of the crease and ran out of space. Chances are now 9-1 Vegas in this middle period, including that one there from Howden. And they get 3-0 Vegas lead in game 3. Hurricanes on the attack now. Drop pass to Keishan Shanks. Another breakaway coming. It's Marner. Has to spare hustling back. Marner shoots and scores! A Stanley Cup final hat trick from Mitch Marner. A natural hat trick in game 3. 4-0 Golden Knights. The second hat trick in this postseason for Mitch Marner. This is more than magical from Mitch Marner. Downright prestigious from number 93 in his first season with the Vegas Golden Knights. 4 points here in game 3 and 28 points in the Stanley Cup playoffs, leading all players. This one wired off the left post and home on another breakaway. The righty wound up and let it rip from the top of the right circle. And the Hats continue to rain down here at T-Mobile Arena. And Gary Marner indeed celebrated with a strong pump of the fist. He also, with his expression, gave you the thought that there's more work to be done.
Oh, yeah, he wants to win the Stanley Cup more than anything else. And those towels that the people in the arena right now are waving gold towels, they all have Mitch Marner's face on it. This was Mitch Marner night in terms of the giveaway from the Golden Knights. Talk about prophetic. Talk about an omen. Mitch Marner has exploded and put his imprint on the Stanley Cup Final Series. 4 points, 3 goals, 4 points for the kid who can't play in the playoffs.
Mitch Marner had 20 postseason goals in 88 games coming into this one. Bring that number up to 23. 2 hat tricks, both natural hat tricks, here in the Stanley Cup playoffs for Mitch Marner. Had the natural hat trick against the Ducks in Anaheim. That was round 2, also game 3. And just incredible that the Knights have continued to put up this sort of offense against the Carolina team that during the regular season had the 5th best goals against average. And here in the Stanley Cup playoffs, a 1.93 goals against average coming into this game. The Knights, with 66 goals, that's 3.67 per game. And now that they have 4 today, that number will go up. Hats continue to fall onto the ice here. They have made their way from the upper reaches of the fortress down to the lower bowl, down to the front row seats, and eventually onto the glass. So those fans who are way up at the top of the building want their hats to be counted among those celebrating Mitch Marner's second hat trick of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Gary, you said it a few moments ago, but the hockey gods taketh and the hockey gods giveth. 2 goals taken off the board with coaches' challenges. Vegas has scored 4 in a row since then, and a 4-0 lead. Action finally resumes. 3 minutes to go in a memorable second period. It's game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, and the first time that either side has had a 4-goal lead here in this Stanley Cup Final. Knights get the puck in. It's Tomas Hertl on the ice with Pavel Dorofeev, who also has a hat trick here in the postseason. Hertl out to Dorofeev, tracks it down and shoots it just wide. Well, Dorofeev trying to join the party. As Marner, with 3 goals today, has now tied Dorofeev for second most on the team. Howden has the most in the playoffs at 13. Carolina's leader, Stankoven, has 10. Deflected puck out of play here at the Carolina bench, and that brings us to a stoppage. 2:23 to go in the second. Vegas 4, Carolina 3. Hertl on the power play for Michael and Marner. Marner at even strength from Carlson and Theodore. Marner from McNabb. Marner from Hertl. Points on all 4 goals. And Mitch Marner is the only player in Golden Knights history with 2 4-point games in the playoffs. Here with the Knights getting Marner's 3-goal, 1-assist performance today. And Marner with 3 goals, 1 assist in the game I mentioned, the hat trick in Anaheim back on May 8th.
Noah Hannafin back on the bench for Vegas.
I'll talk about icing on the cake here for the Knights, though he has missed a lot of scoring for his team. Carolina to the attack. Left point here, Shane Gostisbehere. Fakes away from Colasar. Dishes right in a shot. Missed the net now. Got off the near boards, all the way out to center. Gostisbehere hustling back. Colasar goes in on the forecheck with 2 minutes to go in the period, and it's a turnover. Down intercepts. Down hands it off. Left boards Colasar. Put it to the corner so Cole Smith can go to work. Everybody else changing. Jack Eichel's line coming up. Eichel with Stone have joined the play. Carolina works in narrowly onside left wing. Healers checked by Eichel. Loose puck sitting just inside the blue line. Jarvis reaches to keep it in the zone. The Theodore comes up with it. Skates it toward center, and now Eichel comes into the zone on the right side. Protects and rings it softly around. Stone and Barbashev to it on the far side left wing. Down to a minute 22 to go second period. Vegas 4, Carolina 0. Hurricanes on the breakout. Chatfield dumps it in. Checked by Barbashev as he did so. Connor Hart had to play it. He steers it into the near side corner. Left wing for the Hurricanes. Taylor Hall to the line. Slavin shoots. Blocked. Behind it goes. Lozon couldn't get to it. Anderson reaching. Trying to get it. Could not. Carried out to the line. And a Slavin shot blocked by Stone. Minute to go in the second period. Final minute brought to you by Credit One. Hurricanes back to the line. Blake lost it. Stone picks it up. Fires forward into the zone. Right wing Howden. He fakes. Goes right. Goal line. Cuts in front. Puck goes out the back door of the crease and into the left corner. Howden. Now it deflects to Marner. Towards the net. It's knocked away. Marner again shoots. Knocked down by Chatfield. He lifts it to center. Over the reaching attempt of Marner into the ninth zone. Theodore cut it off. Forward to Marner. Fires ahead, but it's off target. Will be an icing. 20 seconds to go in the period.
One of the greatest periods in Golden Knights playoff history. Mitch Marner, 4 points. 4 points in the second period. It ties for the most in single period in Stanley Cup play since 1919. Frank Forsythe with the Seattle Metropolitans back in 1919. Welcome to the record book, Mitch.
Well, it took him 107 years. Final seconds kick off in the second period. 10 seconds left. A fourth spot in the middle frame for the Golden Knights in their first Stanley Cup final home game since they won it all in 2023. Listen to this. Mitch Marner delivers a trick of the natural variety. 4 points in the second period. The Knights take a 4-0 lead to the second intermission. Hurdle on the power play from Michael and Marner. Then Marner 3 in a row. His 8th, 9th, and 10th from Carlson and Theodore. Then McNabb, then Hurdle. The Knights lead at 4-0 in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Wow. Knights have 3 4-goal periods in team history in the playoffs. It was 3, now it's 4. The last time they did it, of course, as we mentioned, clinching game against the Florida Panthers back in 2023. They scored 9 goals in that game. They also had a second period against the Panthers, outscoring them 4-1 in that period. So they're still 5 away from the total number of goals in that game. They had 9. Never they scored 9 before or since regular season or playoffs. Still a grandest moment in franchise history. But this one is up there pretty impressively. Mitch Marner scored the fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup final history as well. Last time that record was set, the Rocket, Maurice Richard. 69 years ago, Gary. 69 years ago. Yeah. 6'10" for Marner. The Rocket was at 6'21".
Telling the Crimin acquired Mitch Marner in a sign and trade deal. He sent Nick Waugh to the Toronto Maple Leafs. We love Nick Waugh. Mitch Marner is something altogether different. One of the best players in the National Hockey League and putting on a performance for the ages right here at T-Mobile Arena.
And that is not only a special moment in the 8 Golden Knights postseasons. Just look at that record I mentioned that had been held by Rocket Richard. This is an all-time moment. April 6th, 1957. Canadians against the Bruins. Rocket had a hat trick, game one of the Stanley Cup final. In 6 minutes and 21 seconds, Mitch Marner has bested that today. In 6 minutes and 10 seconds, a natural hat trick from Mitch Marner, 4 points in the middle period. And the Golden Knights lead the Hurricanes 4-0. This is game 3 of the Stanley Cup final. Series is currently tied at 1 win apiece. Let's go downstairs to the Knights dressing room and let us welcome Brett Howden to the broadcast. Brett, Dan, and Gary in the radio booth, thanks for joining us. How can you put in perspective what was just accomplished by Mitch Marner?
Yeah, that was incredible. You know, he's got the puck on a string when he's out there, and yeah, some great work. I thought we did a great job as a team, being resilient after getting disallowed 2 there, and keep coming back and attacking.
Brett, obviously this series has seen lots of comebacks. You guys came back in game 1. They came back in game 2. Are you exerting your will as a team a little bit here and showing that you got a little bit more to give than them?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna reset here for sure. Reset here and come out ready for another strong period. We want to keep playing the same way. Keep going after them.
I don't know if you know this. You got a front row for history. Like Mitch just he scored 4 points. You got to go back to 1919 for that kind of a period in a Stanley Cup, and one of the fastest hat tricks in Stanley Cup history of all time. You just watched history, Brett.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, we're so. I mean, it's unbelievable. We're so in the moment that you don't really think of those things, but yeah, pretty unbelievable.
Last thing for you, Brett. You guys had 2 shots on goal in the first. You had 14 in the second period. What did you like that was different from the first to the second versus the first?
I think just holding on to pucks. I think we were doing a good job of creating some more O's on time, and we wanted more pucks than net, and that's what we did.
Brett, thanks. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Brett Howden, who looked to have created the first goal of the game, setting up Mark Stone, but after a coach's challenge, that goal came off the board. Howden, 13 goals. That would have been his 4th assist, but not to be. And then the Knights thought they had scored again, but once more not to be. Eichel from the top of the crease on a rebound, but Barbashev, after coach's challenge, was deemed to have interfered with the goaltender. So instead of 2-0 Knights, it was 0-0. But then, too many men on the ice against the Carolina Hurricanes. And the Knights really opened things up from there. Hurdle from Eichel and Marner on the power play. And then just 16 seconds later, Marner from Carlson and Theodore. Then Marner from McNabb. Then Marner from Hurdle. It's not a broken record. He had 4 points in the period. 4-0 Knights through 40 minutes of play. We have the intermission report. Ryan Wallace has lots of work to do to recap what just happened. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Big color, bigger savings. Sherwin-Williams Super Sale is here. Get 40% off paints and stains June 5th through the 11th with prices starting at $30.89. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Calling all Vegas Golden Knights fans. Hockey is back, and the RTC Game Day Express is your road to victory this season. For just $4 round trip, get a direct, fast, and easy ride to T-Mobile Arena from 6 convenient locations around the valley. Break away from traffic hassles and leave the driving to us. Visit rtcsnv.com/Game Day Express for details. Don't forget to follow us on social media, RTCSNV, for your chance to win tickets to VGK home games.
Welcome to Win City, where a hat trick means more than just 3 goals in a hockey game. It's also when you reach 3 goals in life. You make the perfect souffle. You graduate with that diploma. you land your dream job.
For the hat trick! What a play!
Another great play is scoring the official credit card of the Vegas Golden Knights with exclusive perks and benefits for VGK fans. See if you pre-qualify at creditonebank.com. Terms apply. Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
Hey, Vegas. Hungry for game day? Nacho Daddy, proud sponsor of your Vegas Golden Knights, has you covered with winning specials. Suit up for the return of the Golden Knight Nachos, stacked with marinated filet mignon, gooey cheese, and all the fixins. And here's the power play. Show us your game day ticket, and your first Daddy's Margarita is on us. Celebrate 9 seasons of Vegas-born greatness with Nacho Daddy. Never a dry chip, always a great time. Visit us after the game and unite the realm. Must be 21 or older for margaritas. Please drink responsibly.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids, we turn the back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Centers.
Hockey comes alive.
Only Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
1 period left in regulation. Let's go to Ryan Wallace with the intermission report on the Vegas Golden Knights radio network.
Fans, the RTC's Game Day Express service is just $4 round trip to Golden Knights home games from 6 convenient locations around the valley. For more information, visit rtcsmv.com today. It's the intermission report. The Golden Knights up 4-0 on the Carolina Hurricanes after the second period of play here in game number 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Taking a look at the highlights in the second period, the Golden Knights appeared to open the scoring early in the second period on a breakaway goal from Mark Stone, but the Hurricanes successfully challenged the play was offside. Then a few minutes later, Jack Eichel's goal was taken off the boards due to goalie interference. However, the Golden Knights power play would strike midway through the period on Tomas Hertl's power play goal.
High forwards. Marner a blast from the drive. It's a blocker save Freddie Anderson to his right. Carried behind by Jack Eichel. Eichel sends it in front. Score! Thomas Hertel. 10 seconds into the power play. And the Knights take a 1-0 lead. This one will count.
Tomas Hertel from Jack Eichel and Mitch Marner, 10:26 of the second period on the power play, made it 1-0 Vegas. And then 16 seconds later, Mitch Marner broke the game wide open with a natural hat trick.
William Karlsson breaking in, he shoots. Hand on it, might have been stick check. Now a centering pass, score! Off of a Carolina defenseman. It was Walker trying to play it away from his net now, but he deflected it into his own goal. And Mitch Marner will get credit for the second Golden Knights goal in half a minute. Now it's a steal. McNabb to Marner again. Cuts in front. He scores! Marner on a breakaway. Stopped by the side of the goal. Then it's McNabb. A sweet dish. And Marner has 3 points in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. A 3-0 Golden Knights lead. 5:28 to go in the second period. Drop pass to Keisha Shanks. Another breakaway coming. It's Marner. Despair hustling back. Marner shoots and scores! A Stanley Cup Final hat trick from Mitch Marner. A natural hat trick in Game 3. 4-0 Golden Knights. The second hat trick in this postseason for Mitch Marner.
Mitch Marner's 8th, 9th, and 10th goal of the playoffs, all coming in a 6-minute and 10-second span, the fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup Final history, and it is 4-0 Vegas after 2 periods of play. We're back with more in a moment, presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
When it comes to luxury, no one does it better than Finley Cadillac in the Valley Auto Mall. From the exceptional crossover XT Ford to the superb CT sedan and Escalade, the highest standards in automotive craftsmanship are found at Finley Cadillac. To place your order, visit our award-winning showroom and choose from our full inventory of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available for immediate delivery. Or visit us online at FinleyCadillac.com to place your reservation. If you're thinking Cadillac, think Finley Cadillac in the Valley Auto Mall.
Boomer Sportsbook is the place to bet the Stanley Cup Final with the power play of new promotions. Score bonus bets with Captain Clutch, Shutout Insurance, Misfits Markets, and the popular Vegas first period bonus is back, but better. Just bet $20 or more on the Vegas money line, and if Vegas scores in the first period of that game, you'll get $10 in bonus bets. And now, if one of the Misfits scores in the game, you'll get $10 more in bonus bets. Download the Boomers app and activate it in 2 minutes at any Boomer Sportsbook in Nevada. Must be 21 or older. Terms and conditions available at betwithboomer.com. Please bet responsibly.
Make this your summer to save at Lexus of Henderson. Whether you're heading out on a family road trip or looking to upgrade your daily drive, now is the time to experience luxury for less. Discover exceptional offers on the 3-row Lexus TX and the versatile RX lineup, available at gas, hybrid, and plug-in hybrid models. Plus, take advantage of rates as low as 3.49% APR on select models. Visit Lexus of Henderson in the Valley Auto Mall or online at lexusofhenderson.com. OAC up to 48 months. See store for details.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Wessels and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let less be here for you.
If you're considering purchasing a new or used Honda or need to service your current vehicle, go to the Name Las Vegas Trust for exceptional sales, service, and parts. Finley. Whether you're up north, down south, or somewhere in between, you're always just 15 minutes away from a Finley Honda store. Each location has friendly and knowledgeable sales and service professionals. So give us a call or stop in anytime. Finley Honda's in Centennial Hills and Finley Honda Henderson in the Valley Auto Mall. The difference is in the name.
Back to Ryan Wallace for his Stanley Cup Final intermission report.
The Golden Knights have launched VGK Pay, presented by American First Credit Union, as a centralized payment system within the official VGK mobile app. VGK Pay is the smart way to pay for concessions and team gear at T-Mobile Arena and the Arsenal at City National Arena. Fans are eligible to earn rewards known as Fortress Funds, and season ticket members can easily redeem their discounts when using VGK Pay. The VGK mobile app is available for iOS and Android devices in the App Store and Google Play stores. The intermission report, the Golden Knights up 4-0 on the Carolina Hurricanes after 2 periods of play. I mean, it was an explosion of offense for the Golden Knights. They had 2 shots in the first period, and they came out with intention in the second period. They were able to take advantage of rush opportunities, turnovers, all of it, and they put 4 goals on the board. Now, make it hold up through the end of the game. Win the third period, win the game, take a 2-1 series lead in the Stanley Cup Final. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, you're listening to the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Being diagnosed with cancer was the hardest thing I've ever faced. Funny how when I got the news, it was life's simple things that mattered most, like nights out with the kids. As a candidate for a new clinical trial right here in Vegas, I've been able to spend more time with them, making memories, and never missing a family night out.
Comprehensive Cancer Centers. Here where you need us.
Hey, Golden Knights fans, when we win, you win. That's because Buffalo Wild Wings is giving away 6 free wings with a $10 minimum purchase anytime the Golden Knights win a preseason, regular season, or playoff game. This Win for Wings promotion is valid for 2 days after each qualifying game at all beat-up sports bar locations throughout the Vegas area. Get your 6 free wings on top of great drink specials, including some of the best happy hour and late-night prices Vegas has to offer throughout hockey season at your local Buffalo Wild Wings, a proud partner of the Vegas Golden Knights.
When accidents happen, the road gets rough. But for insurance companies standing in the way of justice, it's about to get bumpier. Because at Anthem Injury Lawyers, we don't back down. We fight harder, go farther, and never settle for less than you deserve. If they're not ready to play fair, they better buckle up. Anthem Injury Lawyers. Justice served, millions recovered. Call Anthem Injury Lawyers at 702-857-6000 or visit antheminjurylaw.com.
At Access, we believe that music and sports are best enjoyed live and in person. That's why we're passionate about providing fans with tickets to the hottest sporting events and concerts around the world, including right here in Vegas. The Access ticketing app is safe, simple, and secure, and you can find it in the App Store for iOS or the Google Play Store for Android. Or visit us at access.com to find tickets to your next unforgettable live experience. That's AXS.com. Access, your ticket to Las Vegas.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change in conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Let's get back to Dan Duva and Gary Lawless for more Stanley Cup Finals action.
Live over inside at T-Mobile Arena. Golden Knights 4, Hurricanes 0. Headed to the third period of Stanley Cup Final Game 3. Mitch Marner has 4 points today, including a natural hat trick. Started his scoring with an assist on the Tomas Hertl power play goal, which right now is the difference maker. We should also mention Hertl also has a multi-point performance today. There is a goaltending change for the Hurricanes. Freddie Anderson out after surrendering 4 goals. Brandon Bussey makes his postseason debut. He was 31-6-2 during the regular season. He last appeared April 14th on Long Island and won 2-1 against the Islanders. As we get ready for the third, inside the radio booth, Dan Duva here with Gary Lawless. Gary is brought to us by Finley Honda of Henderson.
Well, they're dancing over at Finley Honda of Henderson right now. They're big Golden Knights fans, and they have enjoyed 8 playoff runs as sponsors of this program. And now they're in their 3rd Stanley Cup as well. Finley Honda of Henderson.
Brandon Bussey, the 4th-year pro from Long Island, and goal to our left to start the third. Carter Hart has stopped each of the 12 Carolina shots so far. Underway in the third period, Vegas leads 4-0. Carolina gets it in, down to the far side corner. Vegas in gold, steel gray numbers and pants, white and red trim. Hurricanes in white uniforms, red numbers and pants with red and black trim. Fight for the puck is in the far corner. Couple of Knights. And it's down to play it up the boards. Cut off, though, by Gostisbehere. Fakes away from Colasar. Shoots. Knocked down in front. And it's knocked to the corner. It was blocked by Lozon, but it trickled near Hart. But it actually worked out okay. As it ended up in the corner. Knights get it up the boards and out. Colasar, flat-footed near the red line. Backhands it toward Cole Smith, but picked off by Alexander Nikishin. Tie up Nikishin and Cole Smith go down. Back behind the goal. Hurricanes out to center. Aho plays it left. Now to the right, here's Blake. He pulls and shoots wide left. Off the corner boards, Taylor Hall to the line. DeAndre Miller's pass got tipped, and it's steered out by the Knights. 2-on-1 developing. Marner without it. Marner gets toward the net on his backhand. He steps and shoots. Save! Brandon Bussey's first test against the Golden Knights is a save on Mitch Marner, who's got as hot a hand as anybody in hockey right now. Here's McNabb, prevents a clear for the Hurricanes. McNabb and then Carlson down behind. Howden to the right. Theodore to McNabb. He winds. His shot attempt then blocked. Marner again. Marner top of the circle. Works to the middle, but then knocked off his stick. DeAndre Miller pressuring Mitch Marner. Knights change forwards now. Line change is brought to you by William Hill. Opening 2 minutes of the third period. Vegas 4. Carolina 0. Brandon Bussey, the 27-year-old, played 3 years at Western Michigan. Steal. It's Stone. Down the slot. Stopper. High and wide. Off the glass. Rebound to the near boards. Picked up by Jordan Martindale. Stone trying to capitalize on the raw goaltender, who hasn't seen game action since early April. I don't think Bussey got a piece of that.
And the puck never got flat. And Stone, he took the slap shot, which he rarely does. He kind of hoped that maybe he could control it, but he did not.
Knights back in their own zone. Conklin with Hannafin. Rimmed around and out. Hertl tips it as far as the center red line. Hurricanes stop it there. Hannafin rushes over to his own blue line. steered into the offensive end, but the Hurricanes get it up quickly. Martinuk using the right side wall towards Stahl. Hanifin collides with Stahl. They go in behind the Vegas goal. Knights retrieve it. Conklin got it to the near side, Dorothea, who chips it out through center. Opening 3 minutes, third period. Knights 4, Hurricanes 0 in game 3. Knights and Hurricanes have each won a game to start the series. And with the Knights winning in Raleigh, that means the Knights take home ice advantage, so to speak. Here's a bouncing lead pass to Cole Smith, sandwiched on his way down the slot. Gostis bearing Nikishin. Penalty coming up. Looked like Nikishin interfering with Cole Smith. Let's see how the officials sorted out. Cole Smith and knocked the helmet off of Nikishin.
22 Vegas, minor penalty, hold the stick.
All right. Cole Smith not happy about that. He was sandwiched. He was just trying to get loose. He got shoved. Got a bounce between Hurricanes in the slot. And then his hand did get the Hurricane player's stick. And it was unrelated to the other player's helmet coming off. That was just incidental. So holding the stick against Cole Smith, it just ended up that the shaft of the stick ended up in his hand. So the officials call it. First penalty against the Knights today. Carolina's power play was 2 for 4 in game 2. And in the series, 2 for 6. 4-0 Knights. Left circle face off. Jordan Stahl wins it. Out to the line, Gostisbehere. Gostisbehere right. One-timer shanked by Aho. That is head up. McNabb sends it to the line. Gostisbehere off balance, reached and missed. And will go all the way back down. Well, McNabb was unavailable for the Knights' penalty kill in game 2. He exited with an injury in the first period. So when the Hurricanes scored late, take a 3-2 lead, and then scored in overtime, McNabb was unavailable. 11 straight kills with McNabb available. Mitch Marner from his own blue line prevents a Carolina entry. Second try does work out. Right side board, Seth Jarvis. He scored the overtime winner in game 2. Right point, Gostisbehere stripped. Marner goes up to the races again. Aho on his tail, slashed. Marner slashed from behind. Penalty shot. Penalty shot for Mitch Marner. Already an historic night for number 93.
The penalty shot for being fouled from behind.
Mitch Marner slashed from behind by Aho. And the Knights, number 93, Mitch Marner, has a shorthanded penalty shot in the Stanley Cup final. And by the way, he's okay, because when he got slashed, the glove came off his hand. And forget the score. You want to make sure he's all right. He is. Marner, the righty, takes the puck, goes wide left, top of the circle, works to the middle. He fakes, he shoots, and it's stopped by Bussey. Holding tight on his glove side. Bussey catches with his right hand. Mitch Marner trying to become the first Golden Knight with 4 goals in a playoff game. Marner was on his forehand, made an impressive maneuver just above the crease, but then he couldn't finish on the glove side of Brandon Bussey.
I'll be honest, I don't like the call. I think it should have been a penalty. I don't think he was free and clear enough for it to have been a penalty shot. And a penalty would have been way better for Vegas. Now they're back to being shorthanded for another minute.
The score remains Vegas 4, Carolina 0. Opening 5 minutes of the third period. Hurricanes go left to right. And a steal. Stone took it away from Ehlers at center, and Stone chips it in.
Vegas playing with a ton of confidence right now.
Well, they've scored 4 times, but they feel like they've scored 6 times, beating Anderson. From the left flank, a shot attempt. This is Carter Hart's net. The try by Taylor Hall. It's in the right corner for Blake. Hurricanes set up the attack up top for Hall. Hands it off. Straight on. Nikishin. Extra pass. Give and go shot. Kick save. Rebound out to the left wing. Carlson pressures there, forcing a rim around. Blake at the right point. Righty comes up to the circle. High low, and at the right goal line, it's Hall. And again, Blake. Looking pointward has Nikishin, the defenseman. Left-handed shooter waits. He shoots, blocked. Carlson in the way. Stone pokes it to the boards. Not out. Kept in by Nikishin. Pushed it down to the corner. Feet into the circle. Knocked away from the oncoming shooter, but now it's knocked loose. Penalty over. Shot attempt. Hit a body in front. Friendly fire there, but never came on goal. Knights get it again. Vegas breaks out. 5-on-5. Here comes Cole Smith for the penalty box. Shoots! Deflected wide. Trying to test Brandon Bussey, who's, again, come on to replace the starter, Freddie Anderson, who had played every period of every game for the Hurricanes here in the playoffs. Sean Walker rips one wide left of the goal for the Canes. Off the left corner boards, now the left circle. Collision in the slot. Knights get the puck. McNabb looks out to the far side of Barbashev, then off the stick and out of play.
Well, this is going to be a storyline here in Carolina because Bussey has been good already right off the bat here. Rod Brind'Amour is going to have to decide who his goalie is going to be for Game 4. It's already going to be percolating in the back of his head right now. The general manager and his hockey operations staff, they'll all be thinking about it, and they'll make a group decision. I'd be shocked if it's not Bussey for Game 4.
Bussey had a terrific regular season, as we outlined. 31 wins in 39 starts. That's with a D-zone draw. Out they go right to left. Dish from Theodore to Hurdle on the near side. Hurdle dumps it in. 6 minutes gone by in the third. 4-0 Golden Knights. Anderson, of course, much more veteran than Bussey. Anderson, we mentioned, was starting his 101st playoff game today. Initially a Duck, then a Maple Leaf. Teammates with Mitch Marner in Toronto. Carolina turns it over out in front. Hurdle got the pass, but he couldn't shoot it. Hurdle burrows in behind, coming left goal line. Turns and shoots. Bad save. Bussey with his right pad down on the ice. Again, he catches with his right hand. Unlike most goaltenders who catch with their left hand, like Carter Hart, for example. Remember Logan Thompson, former Golden Knight, was one of the goalies to catch with his right hand. Knights get it deep on a tip, goes off the high glass behind the net. Colasar to it, joined by Down. Down from the left corner. Pressured, cycles into the corner. Colasar now coming up the left boards. Trying to cycle it back to the corner again. Stankoven picked it off. Played it out, and it's Martin up to direct it on down through Noah Hannafin. Centering pass off the stick out in front. Score! Deflected puck of the Hurricanes. Get on the scoreboard. Look out. Fisticuffs afterwards. Cole Smith into it. The Stankoven punched a couple of times. Martinook in there. Cole Smith and Jordan Martinook plus Seth Jarvis. Linesman trying to separate the ball. Carolina is on the scoreboard 7 minutes into the third period, and the Knights lead is trimmed to 4-1. Martinook and Colasar continuing to grab each other's collar. Colasar won't let go. Martinook says enough, let me loose. And the officials now separate everybody. And Carolina has scored, and that makes it a 4-1 Vegas lead. Jordan Martinook's second goal of the postseason at his fourth point. Again, the play was in the right corner. Conlon and Hannafin looked like they had it covered, but it was just loose at the right edge of the trapezoid, and Seth Jarvis put it in front, and that's where Martinook got the pass and put it home.
Conlon missed it, and he went to pitchfork it, and he didn't come up with it.
It's a tough break for the Knights here, Gary, because the pass that is made by Jarvis is stopped by Carter Hart. Carter is watching over his left shoulder. If he doesn't do anything, the puck does not get to Martinook. Only because Carter tries to stop the pass, it deflects off of Carter right to Martinook, and then he scores. And Hart is in a somewhat prone position because he just reached to break up the pass. So, Carolina now trails by 3 after they gave up 4 goals in the third period. Martinook from Jarvis and Stankoven at 7:03. Jarvis with the overtime goal last game, so his second point of the series. Next to the ozone, and a loose puck at the line, they score again! Just like that, it's a 2-goal game. With 12:28 to go in the third period, this one is Taylor Hall. Look out, here come the Canes. Well, the Knights had a quick strike to get the offense going in the second period. And now Taylor Hall with his first point of the series here. Out of the right corner was a little backhander from Sebastian Aho, who just peeked over his left shoulder. It was a soft pass, but it got all the way through from the right corner, over the stick of Theodore to Taylor Hall at the back door. And it goes in off of Carter Hart and in. And that makes it a 4-2 Vegas lead. 12:30 to go in the third period. Knights get the draw and the dump in. It's an icing. Hall from Aho at 7:31. preceded by Martinook from Jarvis and Stankoven at 7:03. So 28 seconds between the goals.
The Golden Knights, it's a weird play. McNabb can't corral it, and it slides away from him, and then the pass from Aho finds Hall. But the Vegas has got to get a little cleaner and a little more direct here.
Carolina wins the ozone draw. Left wing shot, they score again! This one through traffic on the left wing by Slavin. 3 goals in less than a minute for the Hurricanes. It's a 1-goal game with 12:18 to go in the third period. Wow! What a turn of events here at T-Mobile Arena. It looked like it was all Vegas. Anderson chased after surrendering 4. Knights killed off a Carolina power play, and everything looked to be A-okay. But the Hurricanes have managed to capitalize in quick succession. 3 goals on 4 shots this period. Look out. This one has become stunningly interesting.
The Vegas unable to come up with a puck again. Unbelievable.
Well, Hurricanes scored 3 quick ones late in game 2 to take a 3-2 lead. After the Knights led 2-0 most of the way. Here the Knights led 4-0. Hurricanes have scored 3 quick ones, but the Knights still lead it. So now, see how the fans will support the Golden Knights' efforts after Carolina scores 3 goals on 3 shots in 39 seconds in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Icing against Carolina. Carter Hart, who had been cruising in this game, and he had stopped the first 13 shots that he faced. Similarly, Gary kept the Hurricanes off the scoreboard through 2 periods in Game 2. This one beats him long post. I'm not sure if it glanced off somebody, but looked like he was going to try to, yeah, you know what? They changed the scoring, I think. Yep, stall from Slavin and Robinson. Slavin shot it, but it was Hall who deflected it. That's why Carter Hart did not make a play on it. Looked like it was going to come into his chest, but it went off Stahl and then inside the long post. Stahl from Slavin and Robinson, the 3rd goal. Got a whistle for a hand pass in the neutral zone to stop play. So, immediate timeout, and the Knights will take a deep breath, surrendering 3 goals in 39 seconds after they had scored 4 goals in just about 6.5 minutes in the second period. 4-3 Knights, 11:46 to go in the third, Game 3. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, it's the Stanley Cup Final on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Broker license number 1001607.LLC.
You got it, go Galindo.
I'm Josh Galindo, owner of Galindo Group Real Estate. Need to sell your home fast? I'll buy it cash, as is, where is, no repairs, no commissions, no hassle. I've purchased over 1,200 homes for cash right here in Las Vegas. Whether your home is damaged, destroyed, tenant occupied, stuck in probate, or in perfect condition, I've got you covered. We are cash, we are fast, we are reliable, we are local, we are the best.
You got it, go Galindo. 702-820.
GalindoGroupRealestate.com.
When I brought the Golden Knights to Vegas, I wanted to create something unique for Nevada. High Ground Vodka is made from estate-grown rye and Sierra Nevada snow melt for a smooth finish. It's hard to make it this way, but we want to do it right. Distilled in Minden, Nevada, High Ground is an exceptional Nevada-born vodka and proud partner of our hard-working hockey team. If you're 21 or over, I hope you give High Ground Estate Vodka a taste.
Hi, I'm attorney Adam Cutner. I grew up playing hockey. To win in hockey, you have to be aggressive, you have to work hard, and you have to have a great team. And it's no different when I'm representing my clients in their personal injury cases. My team and I work hard to get you the maximum settlement as quickly as possible, because winning is everything.
If you've been injured in an accident, ask attorney Adam Cutner, 702-382-0000. That's 382-0000.
Back to the Stanley Cup Finals as the Golden Knights take on the Hurricanes.
Hurricanes scored 3 times in 39 seconds, and it's a 1-goal game in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. After the Knights took a 4-0 lead in the second period. Knights get the puck in their own zone. It's steered ahead on the far side. Bouncer ends up back on the Vegas end. It is an icing. Brandon Bussey coming on to replace Freddie Anderson. Bussey, in the third period, has stopped a Mitch Marner penalty shot and 3 others. So 4 for 4 in his first game since all the way back on April 7th. Freddie Anderson, a veteran, chosen by Rob Brindamore and the organization to be the guy. And Anderson had terrific numbers coming into this series, a .917 save percentage, a 1.72 goals against average. And he gave up 4 in the second period. Now Carter Hart has given up 3 goals on 3 shots. Knights aggressive on the forecheck here. Turnover by the Canes. Anderson from his knees, Howden reels it in. Marner high on the left. Marner levitating, he shoots, save, rebound, covered up. Bussey got it just before Anderson arrived. The 3 goals for the Hurricanes, Gary, in 39 seconds. The fastest 3 goals in Stanley Cup final history. I'll say that again. 3 goals in 39 seconds for the Hurricanes. The fastest 3 goals, not in Carolina Stanley Cup final history. This is their 3rd trip. In Stanley Cup final history.
It's been a crazy game. Lots of historic stuff taking place tonight.
Carolina broke a franchise record with a couple of goals in a short period of time, 26 seconds. But then they broke that record again in 16 seconds. Puck is around to the near side in the Carolina zone. It'll make it down for an icing. 10:54 to go in the third. Vegas 4, Carolina 3 in the second. Hurdle for Michael and Marner on the power play. Marner at even strength from Carlson and Theodore. Marner at even strength from McNabb. Marner at even strength from Hurdle to complete the natural hat-trick in a 4-point period. Martinut from Jarvis and Stankoven. Hall from Aho and Blake. Stahl, the redirect from Slavin and Robinson. 3 goals in 39 seconds for Carolina. Knights had all 4 goals in the second. Knights looking for the first one here in the third after Carolina gets 3. Theodore's shot deflected over the goal. Comes to center. Here in the halfway mark of the third period. 10:40 to go in regulation. Knights leading 4-3 in game 3. Jack Eichel gets to the puck side of the net, and it's covered up by Bussey to his left. Just right of the crease. Bussey again catches with the right hand, so they had to use that blocker arm to get that one sealed up.
A couple good shifts in a row for the Golden Knights. They needed to stem the bleeding after. I thought the spooky stuff was over in the second period, but 3 goals in 39 seconds. Bizarro.
Yeah. The first 2 goals separated by 26 seconds. The next 2 goals separated by 13 seconds. Next with the draw, centering. Just shanked at the back door. Anderson to Colton Sissons, but couldn't get it on goal. The other end, Hall trying to sweep it in front. Missed everybody. Collision in the net now. Puck up top for Walker. Walker directed a puck into his own goal on what was Mitch Marner's first of 3. Knights try to get the puck back on the far side. 2 Hurricanes collide. Hurdle with the puck sends it ahead. Dragged to center by Dorothea. Up to the line, joined by Sissons. Colton Sissons turns to the right corner, checked by Aho. Sissons rims it around near side. Hannafin plays it high to low. Sissons behind center, knocked away. Sissons again, got it to Cole Smith, who shoots save. Try to bank it in up near the right shoulder of the goalie.
Smith had Dorothea all alone on the other side of the net.
Icing against Carolina.
Would have been a sure goal if he slid it over.
We told you about the history earlier with Mitch Marner and Rocket Richard. Marner, a hat trick in 6 minutes and 10 seconds, besting the Rocket 69 years ago, 1957. The 1950s Canadians enter the picture once again, Gary. In 1954, they had the previous record for fastest 3 goals in a Stanley Cup final. 72 years ago, in 1954, they did it in 56 seconds. But again, that record has been broken today. So the Canadians in the 1950s are getting stripped out of the record books. Hannafin with a shot. Blocked and it goes wide. And one blocks Svechnikov. A broke Svechnikov stick. Gets a new one from the bench. 9:30 to go, third period. Vegas 4, Carolina 3. From the right point, Coughlin couldn't keep it in the zone. It goes the other way. Svechnikov sneaks it left to the slot. The backhander, step save. Martin got the backhander on. And Carter Hart makes the stop. He had given up 3 goals in a row. That was indeed the first shot since their 3rd goal. Hannafin pushes it up the near boards. Lifted out by William Karlsson. Will it be icing though? No, it's waved off. Kolasar goes in on the forecheck. Cole Smith the next wave. Ring hard around by Nikishin. Icing waved off. It goes hard all the way down. Carter Hart calmly plays it behind his net. And rifled out to center by Theodore, cut down though by the Canes. Gostisbehere right for Ehlers. Rims it counterclockwise. Theodore rushes over. Down comes in, lands a check. McNabb gets the puck. McNabb put it up the boards. Chatfield. He couldn't keep it in the zone. It's forced out by Cole Smith. Hurricanes from their own blue. Pressure at the blue by the Knights. They get it. Onside play. Cole Smith toward the cutter that was down, but it deflects out to center. There's still a stray stick from Svechnikov. At least half of the stick in a high slot. Here in the Carolina defensive zone. 8.25 to go in third period of game 3. Knights leading 4-3 after they had a 4-0 lead. Puck is in the offensive zone for the Canes. Knights get it near corner. Jack Eichel speeds towards center left wing side. Barbashev across the red, dumps it in. Bussey plays it, chips it near boards. Barbashev cut it off, drags it down into the corner. He's double teamed there. Hurricanes get it. It's lifted out of play. Penalty. That's a delay of game against the Hurricanes, it would appear. The referees have made the signal. They're going to come together and talk it over to confirm. It looked like it was played clean over the glass. Now they're going to huddle up in the referee's circle. This with 7:53 to go in the third period. Knights leading the Hurricanes 4-3. Carolina has played pretty good hockey here. Of course, they scored 3 times, but it's been an evenly matched third period. And getting a look at the replay from our friends at ESPN, it may have grazed the sidewall. The officials are having a long chat about it. Looks like it comes up into the air right above the goal line. If it doesn't skim the corner boards, it came within a millimeter or two of skimming the corner boards. From the angle that we see on the various video screens at T-Mobile Arena, we can't say for sure. They got a couple officials signal delay of game. Yeah. One linesman seemed to say no. And we have no announcement as of yet. The referee has come over to the off-ice officials. And now Chris Rooney is going to tell us something. He puts up 2-4, which would indicate Seth Jarvis. Well, it looked like Chris Rooney was going to make an announcement that Wes McCauley wanted one more word to that.
Carolina penalty number 24, 2 minutes delay of game.
Delay of game against the Hurricanes with 7:53 to go in the third period. Vegas 1-for-1 on the power play in the contest. Their only power play goal of the series, 1-for-5. Their 6th power play of the series when we come back. Knights protecting a 4-3 lead. Can they add to it on the power play? 7:53 to go in the third period. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final Series tied 1-1. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Hi, I'm attorney Adam Cutner. I grew up playing hockey. To win in hockey, you have to be aggressive, you have to work hard, and you have to have a great team. And it's no different when I'm representing my clients in their personal injury cases. My team and I work hard to get you the maximum settlement as quickly as possible, because winning is everything.
If you've been injured in an accident, ask attorney Adam Cutner, 702-382-0000. That's 382-0000.
Your Vegas Golden Knights try to elevate hockey to an art form. Similarly, the team at Toshiba America Business Solutions empowers the art of business with award-winning copiers, printers, document management solutions, and digital signage that help you engage and delight your customers. As an official partner of the Vegas Golden Knights, Toshiba America Business Solutions works overtime to make you and your documents look good. And with the best service in town, you'll never find your business in the penalty box. Look for us at business.toshiba.com. Toshiba, official partner of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the rewards program that loves it when you date night, bet the perfect parlay, lounge poolside, ooh, shiatsu, bottle service, yeah, hit me, shop till you drop, and then some. Earn and redeem on countless amazing experiences at MGM Resorts. This is MGM Rewards. Why be a guest when you can be a member? Visit MGMRewards.com for more. Earning and redemption limitations may apply to certain purchases in certain states.
Back to the Fortress for more Stanley Cup playoff action.
Golden Knights 4, Hurricanes 3. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. The winner takes a 2-1 series lead. Knights to the power play. They're 1 for 1 in the game. Hurricanes get the puck after a stalemate from the draw and the clear. Carter Hart goes over to play it to his left. Theodore back to retrieve. Knights going with 1 defenseman and 4 forwards, unlike their earlier power play that scored when they had 5 forwards. They are offside on the entry here. In the draw back to center. Curious as to why they would do that, Gary, given that the earlier power play worked. I suppose you want to have someone in a defensive mindset, and Theodore is a defense man. But Mitch Marner is about as responsible a forward as you can imagine. And Mitch Marner is often the guy at the top of the umbrella during the 5-forward power plays. Knights win the draw. Theodore back near his own blue with Dorothea. Theodore in the regular season, not part of the number 1 power play. 2 goals, 3 assists on the power play. Michael nearly turned it over on a blind behind-the-back pass toward the point. Now it's cleared out by the Hurricanes. Theodore back near his own blue. Theodore maneuvering left, plays it backward toward Eichel. Jack coming ahead right, cuts through in the slot. He shoots, save. Right to the breadbasket of Brandon Bussey. If they got a shot on, it took him 52 seconds to just get in the zone. And they'll get an ozone draw here. Their first ozone draw since the power play began. And they're going to keep this group of 5 players out there, it appears. That's Stone on the left, Michael in the face-off circle, Marner on the right, with Dorothea and Shea Theodore out high.
I don't know, the guy that scored the goal isn't on the ice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Michael to take the draw left side against Aho. Bussey watching to his right. Aho wins it to the corner. It deflects out of play. This one into the protective netting. And the linesman says deflection. Golden Knights are once again signaling that should be delay of game. That is not going to be the case, it appears. Puck was sent into the protective netting. This one hit the glass on the attempt to clear by Sean Walker. Went off the glass and then out of play.
It did hit the glass.
Under 7 minutes to go, third period. Knights lead 4-3. Still a minute to go on this power play. They're 1 for 1 in the game. Eichel wins the draw for Theodore. And Eichel, a dangerous rink-wide pass. Theodore takes it off the right boards. Rings it low for Stone. Bouncing down low. Marner joining Stone. Now left wall. Eichel sends it across. Nobody home. Dorothea off the right boards toward Marner. Just missed his skate in the right circle. Now at the other side of the ice, Eichel. High to low for Stone. He tried to center for Marner. Blocked. Eichel again to the left goal line. Jack Eichel along the boards. Eichel for Stone again. Eichel once more outside the left circle. What'll he do? To the middle. A one-timer deflected wide. Theodore shot it, but it went wide of the goal off the deflection. Hurricanes get the puck. And up they go. 1 against 2 shorthanded. Theodore reaches in on Aho. Buys some time. Aho steers it to the corner. 10 seconds left on the Vegas power play. We're down to 6 minutes in the third period. Golden Knights 4, Hurricanes 3. Look out. Stone tripped up in his own zone. Puck comes in on Carter Hart. And he has it secured. George Stahl, captain of the Kings, having words with captain of the Knights, Mark Stone.
Well, this isn't the power play that Vegas wanted. Nowhere near. And I'm with you, Dan. It's a curious decision.
I just don't understand why you had a terrific-looking power play earlier. You wouldn't do the exact same thing. In other words, you put yourself in the other team's position. If I'm Rod Brindamore and I see a different group out there, I think, oh, thank goodness. Why would you do that? And the Knights generate next to nothing on that power play. But it at least gets the clock down a little bit from the draw. Shot from Nikishin, sucked in by Carter Hart. And that officially ends the power play. Now there were just 3 seconds left. So now the Knights officially are 1 for 2 on the power play, but we've reached immediate timeout. 5:52 to play in the third period of Game 3. Knights lead the game 4-3. They got 4 goals in the second. Hurricanes have the only 3 goals in the third. We'll be right back. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
California's #1 casino just got better. Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is now the only AAA 5-diamond rated casino hotel in the country. Become a Club Serrano member today and enjoy perks and exclusive rewards. VIP at another casino? Trade up and take advantage of the tier and offer match program at Yamava Resort and Casino, voted #1 casino outside of Vegas by Newsweek. You in? Details at yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Since 1981, we've been raising every glass, serving on Nevada, making good times last. From wine to whiskey, beer and more, find your favorites at every store. Please discount liquor, Nevada's place to go. Biggest selection, prices you love. 23 stores across the Silver State, serving Nevada since 1981. Please discount liquor, where Nevada celebrates.
Let's get back to Dan Duva and Gary Mullins for more Stanley Cup Finals action.
Golden Knights 4, Hurricanes 3. Game 3, Stanley Cup Final. Winner takes a 2-1 series lead. Brandon Hussey replacing the starter Freddie Anderson for the Canes. Carter Hart's been good other than 39 seconds when he gave him 3 goals on 3 shots. That's when a D-zone drop. And it's cleared off the far side wall by Mitch Marner. Marner has 4 points today, including his second natural hat trick of the postseason. Marner comes in on the left. He shoots, blocked. Marner also had a penalty shot in this period. He centers, and a Howden shot stopped. Hussey using his pass. Theodore has the rebound on the right wall. Pushed around by Carlson to the left wing. Howden, body slammed by Blake. Now for the puck continues. To the middle of the shot, another save. Hussey reaching down with his blocker, stopping William Carlson. Carlson gets the puck left corner. He'll cycle it back behind for Brett Howden. Howden, the NHL's leader in goals, scored Marner. Right off his stick. Marner's now got 10 goals and 28 points, leading all players. 2-on-2 for the Hurricanes, and Stankoven's shot is way high and off the glass. Tumbles all the way back out to center. 5 minutes to go, third period. Knights leading 4-3. Hurricanes trouble coming in. Stone back in his own end with deep passing. Anderson to Hannafin. Noah plays it forward. It gets tipped all the way down. Barbashev gives chase. Eichel the next way. Collides with Chatfield. Puck comes to Ehlers, who sticks it out. Hannafin and Anderson back to defend the entry. It's outside a drive. Glove save hard. Collision afterwards. Oh, that could have been a penalty for sure. It was a cheap shot. Taylor Hall cross-checked one of the Knights. After Carter Hart made the save, it was a blown-by cheap shot by Taylor Hall right in front of the official who didn't call it, but the Knights took exception. Mark Stone having a shoving match with Taylor Hall, not happy with number 71. Taylor Hall, the one-time MVP with the New Jersey Devils. Yeah, Taylor Hall just cheap shots. Noah Hannafin right into the right post.
Right into Carter Hart. He knocks Carter Hart right in the head. And Carter is shaking his head. And then he gets up and he's stretching his neck.
That's a cheap shot. It's clearly Carter has made the save. Play is over. Taylor Hall is skating by. He checks Noah Hannafin into Carter Hart, and then Hannafin goes into the post, and then Rasmus Anderson dives on top of Jordan Stahl. Stahl had nothing to do with it, but regardless, Anderson saw somebody he could take and dove on top of the Carolina captain, but Taylor Hall just got away with a bad cheap shot. It's just something, if he's on your team, you don't like to see that. It's not a play that you'd be proud of. And Taylor Hall not penalized for a cheap shot, checking Hannafin into his goalie, and then Hannafin going into the post. Remember, Hannafin missed part of today's game with a check from William Carrier. Hannafin went into the glass, went down the tunnel for a while, but obviously has returned. Knights win the draw. 4:30 to go, third period. Vegas 4, Carolina 3. Hurricanes trying to get control of the puck at center. They cannot. It's whacked into the zone by Barbashev. Ends up in the trapezoid, but Jack Eichel outnumbered there. Hurricanes with an airborne clear. Hit the scoreboard. Well, they play on. It was such a high clear, it disappeared from our view underneath the drop-down scoreboard. Apparently, it did not hit it, though. Down to 4 minutes left, third period. Knights leading 4-3 in Game 3. Stanley Cup final. Hurricanes left to right. Entry pass onside and dumped in around the rim to the near side right. Jarvis checked hard. Puck to Walker. Threw it across to the left. Pass got tipped. Miller shoots. Redirect high and wide. Off the high glass. Still in the zone for the Kings. Kind of low play by Walker. It ends up behind the net. Jarvis lost it to Anderson. Collision along the far boards and a fight for the puck. Ehlers checked off by Nick Depp. Puck goes behind. Feet right in the drive. Hits the outside of the post. And a blast by Walker. Knights get the puck toward the line. Aho checked. And the Knights get the puck. It's out to center. Cole Smith trying to get possession for the Knights. So does Lozon. And now it's Cole Smith working 2-on-2. Knocked off Cole's stick. But rim it behind. He and Colt Sissons have been 2-on-2, but they both go to the bench. 3:10 to go. Now the chant is Go Knights Go from the Fortress faithful here at T-Mobile Arena. 4-3 Knights. As the Hurricanes skated ahead. McNabb a hard check on Taylor Hall. Knights get it out of the corner. Theodore towards center, and it goes out of play.
Taylor Hart is injured, Dan. He's holding his left arm against his body. Now he goes through the bench, and he's going to sit down on the bench. I'm going to call McNabb for, it's going to be a penalty.
Delay of game.
27 Vegas got a minus for a delay of game.
He tried to send it out to center, but it sailed over the Carolina bench. But it is a penalty against the Knights for delay of game with 2:55 to go in the third. And we'll see if Brandon Bussey gets pulled for a sixth attacker. Clean hip check from McNabb on Taylor Hall, who had the wind knocked out of him. You can see it was body on shoulder, and Taylor immediately winced and seemed to favor that left shoulder. And keep an eye on Taylor Hall again. He was the player who cheap shotted Noah Hannafin into Carter Hart. Hannafin went into the post just a moment or two ago. Theodore in the box. Carolina to the power play, a chance to tie the game. Bussey stays in the net to our left, so it's a 5-on-4. Carolina's power play is 0 for 1 today. They were 2 for 4 in game number 2. But Braden McNabb was unavailable because of an injury. McNabb is out there right now. Sissons plus Dowd and Lozon, the 4 killers for the Knights. Left circle draw, 2:55 to go in the third. Knights lead 4-3. They led the game 4-0. Dowd is on his belly at the draw. Puck underneath him. Gonna pull the puck out of there, down to the sidewall it goes. And then put to the corner. Lozon with a check. Puck comes around to the near side right. And it's Aho. Aho back and forth, passing on the near wing. Gostisbehere gets it. 3 points in this series. Feed left. Lozon and Dowd defending there. Here's Gostisbehere, lefty defenseman. Into the right circle, back and forth with Aho. A shot, tipped on, save! Hart reaching up with his glove. He got it with his left toe. Still in the zone for Carolina. Power play 120. Left wing shot deflected. Lozon selling out to block it. Checked into the corner by Stahl. Remember on the earlier Carolina power play, Mitch Marner had a shorthanded rush. Led to a penalty shot call. Battle for the puck is in the far corner right now. Up the boards it goes. Down challenging, but it got to Stahl, who rings it to the weak side right. Penalty time at 1 minute. To the bench goes the goaltender Bussey. Up to the line. Sissons couldn't get it out. Sixth attacker is on. A 6-on-4 for Carolina. On the right, Aho. Down to the goal line. Save! 2 saves! Loose puck. Big pile. Where's the puck? It's in! The referee says it's in!
Nick Ehlers is in the net.
The Hurricanes have tied at 4-4 with a 6-on-4 goal with 1:42 to go. The officials immediately conference. Naturally, given what we saw in Game 2, you think a lot about goaltender interference. What was called against Barbashev and what could be called here. The Knights coaching staff looking down at their monitors. If it counts, and it looks like for the moment it will count, it would make it a 4-4 tie with 1:42 to go. Fans seeing a replay on Nitron and seeing contact with Ehlers in the goal. Hart is looking around. It looked like Ehlers was checked into the goal by Dowd. And so if you're the Hurricanes, you would argue that Ehlers is only there because Dowd checked him into the goal. And it does not appear as though there will be a challenge from the Golden Knights. Chris Rooney is over at the Vegas bench. trying to figure out if the Knights are going to challenge or not here. Obviously, the Knights challenged last game, and the challenge failed, which led to a Carolina power play. And Carolina scored on that power play to take a 3-2 lead. Knights did tie it 3-3, and then Carolina won the game in overtime. There's not going to be a challenge. The goal will stand. It's a 6-on-4 power play goal. And the third power play goal of the series for the Hurricanes. They have erased what was a 4-goal lead for the Knights. The Knights have never lost a game with a 4-goal lead. We know they lost once with a 3-goal lead, Game 7, 2019 against the Sharks. But even in that game, they tied it and lost in overtime. Michael works in with Barbashev. Michael centering pass deflects out of play. So a monumental comeback by the Hurricanes. Knights, of course, had 2-0 lead in Game 2. Carolina scored back and scored 3 quickly in the third. Take a 3-2 lead. Knights tied it before the Hurricanes won it overtime. Here, a 4-goal lead going to the third period was not enough. In the regular season, the Knights were best in the third period, plus 47. But now here in this series, the Knights have been outscored 8-3 in this series. And for the postseason overall, they dropped to just plus 4, 28-24 in the third period. Hurricanes get it out of their zone. Hanifin back with Anderson. Minute 25 to go in the third period of Game 3. It's a brand new game. But it looked like the Knights were in total control, leading 4-0 going to the third. Power play goal. Svechnikov credited with it. Stahl and Aho the assist at 18-18. A 6-on-4 power play goal for the Kings. 4-4 time. 1:07 to go. And the crowd here is stunned. Trying to offer some support to the group, who are, I'm sure, stunned as well. Hurricanes dump it in with a minute to go. Final minute brought to you by Credit One. Rasmus Anderson sends it to center. Aho in front of his bench. Knocked loose, picked up by William Karlsson. Karlsson knocked to his knees, into the zone for Brett Howden. Lost it, out to center it goes. McNabb winds and dumps it in left corner. On around it goes. Karlsson in pursuit. Bouncing away. Stankoven does clear. Trickled over Theodore's stick and back to the blue line. McNabb and Theodore play catch. 33 seconds to go in the third period. Knights working ahead. A tie up at center. No icing. Brandon Bussey has given up nothing since replacing the starter Freddie Anderson. 9 saves on 9 shots, including a Marner penalty shot. Sean Walker couldn't get it through center. McNabb dumps it in, but that's an icing with 12 seconds to go. Carolina power play. Very good in the regular season, 4th by percentage. But in the playoffs, they have not been very good. Only 7 power play goals in their first 3 series. They now have 3 power play goals against the Golden Knights in this Stanley Cup final.
Golden Knights in complete control at 4-0, and cannot describe this as anything other than a collapse in the third period.
3 goals in 39 seconds. Martin, Hall, and Stahl. And then with under 2 minutes to go, about 10.5 minutes between the third goal and the fourth goal for Carolina. 12 seconds to go after the icing. Ozone draw for the Hurricanes. Dow takes it but loses the draw. Hurricanes get it on the left, and a shot fought off by Hart goes behind. Knights on it with 7 seconds. Clear from Cole Smith. Back to the Carolina side, but that'll do it for regulation. Overtime in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Knights got 4 goals in the second. Hurricanes get 4 goals in the third. And for the second time in as many Stanley Cup Final games, extra time for the Knights and Kings. Overtime is coming up from the Fortress.
Well, the Golden Knights have talked a lot about their inability to shrug things off and handle adversity. Well, this is the last time we saw anything like this was in 2019 against the San Jose Sharks, when and the Sharks got a major penalty to aid them in that. This was...
Knights were up 3-0 in that game, and they used a major power play to score 4 times, took a 4-3 lead. Vegas tied the game, forced overtime, but then lost to the Sharks. And obviously that was Game 7. It ended the series.
Yeah.
This will put the winning team ahead in the series 2-1. We know how consequential that is. Gary talked about Game 3 numbers earlier on. And the Knights thought they had themselves a Game 3 victory. I guess they thought just a little bit too soon. Coming into this game, They had an 8-0 record when leading after 2 periods, but they lost last game when leading after 2. And if they don't win this one, it will go down as the second worst collapse in team history. But it's 4-4 as we go to overtime. In the third, Martin from Jarvis and Stankoven, Hall from Aho and Blake, Stahl from Slavin and Robinson, and then the tying goal on the power play, Svechnikov from Stahl and Aho, a 6-on-4 power play goal. So it is a 4-4 game through 60 minutes of play. Intermission report coming up with Ryan Wallace. We'll be back in just a moment. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Final on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Vegas! On behalf of Not the Injury Law, Golden Pipes, Carnell Johnson.
If you've been hurt, not feel the word, call 702
For Han Nakfi with Nakfi Injury Law. Imagine you've been injured in an accident. Now, do you want an assembly line law firm that treats you like a number and settles early for easy money? Hell no. Call me now for a free consultation at 702-INJURED.
When it comes to luxury, no one does it better than Finley Cadillac in the Valley Auto Mall. From the exceptional crossover XT4 to the superb CT sedan and Escalade, the highest standards in automotive craftsmanship are found at Finley Cadillac. To place your order, visit our award-winning showroom and choose from our full inventory of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available for immediate delivery. Or visit us online at FinleyCadillac.com to place your reservation. If you're thinking Cadillac, think Finley Cadillac in the Valley Auto Mall.
This summer, skip the airport chaos and hit the road for the perfect family getaway in Cedar City. In just 3 hours, you'll trade the desert heat for cool mountain air. Breathtaking scenery and outdoor adventure everyone will love. From hiking and biking to fishing and stargazing, Cedar City delivers big fun without the big price tag. Ride the chairlift at Bryan Head Resort, catch a show at the Utah Shakespeare Festival, and explore nearby national parks. Start planning your summer escape today at visitcedarcity.com.
Boomer Sportsbook is the place to bet the Stanley Cup Final with the power play of new promotions. Score bonus bets with Captain Clutch, Shutout Insurance, Misfits Markets, and the popular Vegas First Period bonus is back, but better. Just bet $20 or more on the Vegas money line, and if Vegas scores in the first period of that game, you'll get $10 in bonus bets. And now, if one of the Misfits scores in the game, you'll get $10 more in bonus bets. Download the Boomers app and activate it in 2 minutes at any Boomer Sportsbook in Nevada. Must be 21 or older. Terms and conditions available at betwithboomer.com. Please bet responsibly.
Everyone's so friendly here at Centennial Subaru. Can't walk 10 steps without a belly rub. They feed me snacks, and they even feed humans. Only thing bad I can say is they really like those guys on 2 wheels. This is why we bring our humans here. Go north, US 95 and Ann Road. Centennial Subaru, a short drive from everywhere.
Plumbers, HVAC techs, contractors, and DIYers. McFadden Industrial Hardware has the tools, parts, and supplies to power your next project. Open early and stocked with everything you need. Stop by South Decatur near Russell. McFadden Industrial Hardware. Fast, easy, and built for the pros.
Here's Ryan Wallace with the intermission report on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Welcome into the intermission report. The Golden Knights, Carolina Hurricanes tied at 4 after regulation. A wild third period comeback for the Carolina Hurricanes. I did not see that. I did not envision that. The Golden Knights had a 4-0 lead going into the third period. Mitch Marner early on had a breakaway opportunity that resulted in a penalty shot. Brandon Bussey into the game for the first time in these playoffs. Comes up with a big save on Mitch Marner. He made a save on Mark Stone. And then the Hurricanes scored 4 goals to tie the game.
Directed on down through Noah Hannafin. Stanley pass off the stick out in front. Score! Deflected puck of the Hurricanes. Get on the scoreboard. Look out. Fisticuffs afterwards. Cole Smith into it. The Stankoven punched a couple of times. Martinook in there. Cole Smith and Jordan Martinook. Carolina is on the scoreboard 7 minutes into the third period, and the Knights lead is trimmed to 4-1 of the series. Thanks to the ozone, and a loose puck at the line, they score again. Just like that, it's a 2-goal game. With 12:28 to go in the third period, this one is Taylor Hall. Look out, here come the Canes. Well, the Knights had a quick strike to get the offense going in the second period. And now Taylor Hall. Carolina wins the ozone draw. Left wing shot, they score again. This one through traffic on the left wing by
by Slavin. 3 goals in less than a minute for the Hurricanes. It's a 1-goal game with 12:18 to go in the third period. And a 6-on-4 for Carolina. On the right, Aho down to the goal line. Save. 2 saves. Loose puck. Big pile. Where's the puck? It's in. The referee says it's in. Nick Gillis is in the net.
Jordan Martinook, his second of the postseason at 7:03 of the third period, made it 4-1 Vegas. And then Taylor Hall, his sixth of the postseason at 7:29, made it 4-2. Jordan Staal on the board with the third goal of the period for the Carolina Hurricanes at 7:42. That made it 4-3 Vegas. 3 goals in 39 seconds for Carolina. And then late in the period, it was a 6-on-4 goal for the Carolina Hurricanes. Andrei Svechnikov pokes it by Carter Hart from Jordan Staal and Sebastian Aho on the power play. 18-18 ties the game at 4. And improbably, the Carolina Hurricanes have come back and tied this game thanks to a 4-goal third period. And for the second time in as many games here in the Stanley Cup Final, we are going to overtime. Buckle up. Take a break. Come back with more in a moment. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids, who turn the back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Make this your summer to save at Lexus of Henderson. Whether you're heading out on a family road trip or looking to upgrade your daily drive, now is the time to experience luxury for less. Discover exceptional offers on the 3-row Lexus TX and the versatile RX lineup, available at gas, hybrid, and plug-in hybrid models. Plus, take advantage of rates as low as 3.49% APR on select models. Visit Lexus of Henderson in the Valley Auto Mall or online at lexusofhenderson.com.
OAC up to 48 months. See store for details. A bean and cheese burrito for $1. In this economy, hell yeah. Del Taco's new Get a Lot for What You've Got value menu has over 10 items, like the value bean and cheese burrito with red or green sauce for, you guessed it, $1. Del Taco is winning the value game with some of your favorite items, like the snack taco, mini shakes, and the $1 value bean and cheese burrito. Did we mention it was just $1? I know, we can't believe it either. Get to Del Taco today. Hell yeah. Price and participation may vary.
Hey, Las Vegas, are you tired of plumbing prices that break the bank? At 365 Plumbing, we're bringing fair pricing back. Family owned and operated, we treat your home like it's our own. For your everyday plumbing needs, we're here 365 days a year, rain or shine, day or night. Extend the life of your water heater right now. For a limited time, take advantage of our water heater flush special for only $26. Visit us at 365plummingnv.com. 365 Plumbing, because where the water flows, 365 Plumbing goes.
Back to Ryan Wallace for his Stanley Cup Final intermission report.
Welcome back to the intermission report. The Golden Knights, Carolina Hurricanes, all knotted up at 4 goals apiece after 3 periods of play. Taking a look at the stats of the period, shots 12-9 in favor of Carolina there in the third period. Hits 54-33 Vegas for the game. Both Carolina and Vegas 1 for 2 on the man advantage in this game. Obviously, Carolina's a big one to get it tied going into overtime. Carolina charged with 23 giveaways, 3 takeaways, 13 block shots. Vegas 13 giveaways, 8 takeaways, 22 block shots. Yeah, it's rare, right, that you're going to be speechless, but that's the reality of the situation. The Golden Knights had a 4-goal lead going into the third period. This is now 2 games in a row. The Golden Knights had a multi-goal lead going to the third period, and Carolina finds a way to get this to overtime. And it's 3 goals in 39 seconds. It's kind of a nothing play for Martinook, and he puts it in the back of the net. And then again, it's a bouncing puck that evades Braden McNabb down in the corner. Sebastian Aho makes a play. Taylor Hall backdoor. It gets through. It squeaks through Carter Hart. And then the Jordan Staal wanted to tip out front. Goes long post. those things happen. The Golden Knights were able to settle in after that, but there was a power play opportunity for Vegas at 4-3 with about 7 minutes left in the game. And the Golden Knights went away from the 5-man power play unit that scored them a goal earlier on in the game and didn't look particularly good, disjointed all of it. So we'll see how the Golden Knights regroup. The reality is you go out and score the next goal, you win the game, you have a 2-1 series lead. That has to be the only objective, the only thought for the Golden Knights. They have been really good at managing these momentum swings so far in the postseason. They're going to have to come up with a massive performance here in overtime. Overtime is coming up next. Dan and Gary, they've got the call. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
When I brought the Golden Knights to Vegas, I wanted to create something unique for Nevada. High Ground Vodka is made from estate-grown rye and Sierra Nevada snowmelt for a smooth finish. It's hard to make it this way, but we want to do it right. Distilled in Minden, Nevada, High Ground is an exceptional Nevada-born vodka and proud partner of our hard-working hockey team. If you're 21 or over, I hope you give High Ground Estate Vodka a taste.
Make this your summer to save at Lexus of Henderson. Whether you're heading out on a family road trip or looking to upgrade your daily drive, now is the time to experience luxury for less. Discover exceptional offers on the 3-row Lexus TX and the versatile RX lineup, available at gas, hybrid, and plug-in hybrid models. Plus, take advantage of rates as low as 3.49% APR on select models. Visit Lexus of Henderson in the Valley Auto Mall or online at lexusofhenderson.com.
OAC up to 48 months. See store for details.
Boomer Sportsbook is the place to bet the Stanley Cup Final with the power play of new promotions. Score bonus bets with Captain Clutch, Shutout Insurance, Misfits Markets, and the popular Vegas First Period bonus is back, but better. Just bet $20 or more on the Vegas money line, and if Vegas scores in the first period of that game, you'll get $10 in bonus bets. And now, if one of the Misfits scores in the game, you'll get $10 more in bonus bets. Download the Boomers app and activate it in 2 minutes at any Boomer Sportsbook in Nevada. Must be 21 or older. Terms and conditions available at betwithboomer.com. Please bet responsibly.
Farhan Naqvi with Naqvi Injury Law. Imagine you've been injured in an accident. Now, do you want an assembly line law firm that treats you like a number and settles early for easy money? Hell no. You want an attorney who does everything in his power to translate knowledge and experience into big bucks in your pocket. Call me now for a free consultation at 702-INJURED.
If you've been hurt, Naqvi is the word. Call 702-INJURED.
Let's get back to Dan Duva and Gary Lawless for more Stanley Cup Finals action.
Time of ringside at T-Mobile Arena. Stanley Cup Final, Game 3. The winner of tonight's contest takes a 2-1 series lead. Nobody scored in the first period. There were no penalties. There were a grand total of 9 shots combined. But then in the second period, it looked like the Knights had scored Mark Stone, but no. Challenge for offside. Goal came off the board. 4 minutes into the period, Eichel looked like he had scored. Nope. Taken off the board. Coach's challenge for goalie interference. No, they played on at 0-0. Then the Knights broke the goose eggs with a power play goal, with Carolina guilty of too many men on the ice halfway through the second. And that opened the torrent. Hurdle on the power play from Michael and Marner. Then Marner from Carlson and Theodore. Then Marner from McNabb. Then Marner from Hurdle. Knights had a 4-0 lead. Sounds pretty good. But Carolina scored 3 times in 39 seconds. Martin, Hall, and Stahl to get within 1. And then with Theodore in the box for delay of game puck over the glass, Andrei Svechnikov scored a 6-on-4 power play goal. Stahl and Aho assist, make it 4-4 and force overtime. This has been a wild Stanley Cup final, and we shall see who earns the victory. But either way, Gary, the fans have been treated to thoroughly entertaining sport.
I don't know if the locals will feel that way. They probably would have loved this one to have finished up 4-0 and they could all be on their way home. But this is the drama of the Stanley Cup final.
Underway in overtime. Teams switch sides. Puck goes back to Brandon Bussey in Carolina's net. Bussey replacing the starter Frederick Anderson. First time that the Hurricanes have had to make a goaltending change this postseason. Bussey hasn't played since April 7th. They stopped 9 of 9 in the third period. Knights have it at their own blue line. Anderson to Lozon. Left wing Jack Eichel dumps it in. Stone in pursuit on the right boards. DeAndre Miller shoves it behind his goal. Walker. Howden lands a check. Loose puck for Eichel at the left point. Backhands it into the circle at the end of a shift. Hurricanes fail to clear. Carlson kicks it toward Howden. And now it is chipped out to neutral ice. Theodore back to his own blue. Theodore looks left wing. McNabb across the line. McNabb navigating down the boards. Assisted on one of the Marner goals earlier. Marner gets it right side. Marner, 4 points in today's game. Stripped by Miller. Puck goes to center. An assist followed by a natural hat trick for Mitch Marner. His second natural hat trick this postseason. Svechnikov lost it to Theodore. Shea comes up the middle. Looks right, and across the line goes Hurdle. Marner hard left for Sissons. Backhands it toward the goal, but off the side of the net. Hurdle gets it. There's a broken stick on the play. Anderson plays it down into the corner. That's Rasmus Anderson for the Knights. Hurdle tied up down low. Back up top. Right point Anderson. Returns it for Hurdle outside the right circle. Hurdle cruising out high. Sets up Hannafin. Former Hurricane accelerates to the corner. Tried to send it in front, but missed the target Anderson. It's carried to center by Jackson Blake. Knights to their own zone. Dorofeev with Rasmus Anderson back behind the net. Hannafin back. Throws it towards center and Hurdle swats it in. Sissons goes in pursuit. Sheffield defends. Puck ends up on the far side corner boards. Slavin got it to a teammate. Hurricanes turned it over. Just came outside the blue line though, so the Knights couldn't keep the attack going. Hurricanes dump it in. 2 minutes gone in overtime. 4-4 tie at T-Mobile Arena. Winner of this game takes a 2-1 series lead. Vegas ahead left to right. Dorofeev dumps it in. On the forecheck goes Cole Smith. Plus he got the puck away just in time. Hurricanes fail to clear. It's Cole Smith again on the right side. Swirls it behind. It got through down. The Colasar takes it. Feeds left point. And a wrist shot tipped wide. That's a traffic in front. The attempt from McNabb. The center it comes. McNabb forces the play offside. Ehlers coming ahead with Stankoven, but it's an offside play.
Well, it's first whistle, almost two and a half minutes in. All Vegas so far. Good start for the Golden Knights. The penalty in overtime in game 2. Tomas Hurdle flagged for tripping. And then the Hurricanes scored on the ensuing power play.
Knights go to Stone with Eichel and Barbashev. Carolina wins the neutral zone draw. It's their sort of a mismatched fourth line. Jankowski out there with Robinson and Svechnikov. We've not yet seen Taylor Hall in overtime. It's a broken stick deep in the Knights zone. Hannafin needs some help. Svechnikov trying to get it to Robinson. And a shot attempt. That is wide. Eichel selling out to get in the way of the attempt. Now feet comes in front. The stick stop. Another try save. Poked away. Kept in the zone. Nikishin. And then Augustus Bear drive blocked. Still in the zone. Nikishin. Fake shot blocked. Out of the zone. Stone impeded. No call though. Fans want a call. Stone blocked the shot. Tried to get to the loose puck but couldn't get to it. And the puck goes deep into the Vegas zone on the Carolina dump in. Around it goes and out of deflection, so no icing all the way down it goes. First little flurry for the Hurricanes here in the extra period. And that right there generated the first shot of overtime. Miller to the right in the drive, high and wide of Carter Hart's cage. Clanks out left point. Knocked up though by the Hurricanes there. Marner trying to fire left for Howden. That didn't get through. Hurricanes have it again. Forward pass off a stick at the line. In pursuit went Stahl. He goes down. By the way, we now have seen a shift for Taylor Hall here in overtime. Just in case you're wondering, Taylor had exited after a hard hit from McNabb late in the third period. Taylor Hall had earlier delivered a cheap shot, checking Noah Hannafin after a whistle right into Carter Hart. Taylor Hall in the left corner sends the loose puck around. Brett Howden to it. Hammered against the boards by Seth Jarvis. Howden trying to keep his man against the far boards. Marner fishing for the loose puck. They're still against the yellow kick plate. Marner knocked it loose. Lozon takes a tumble. Not before playing the puck behind his net to lose to Rasmus Anderson. Airborne clear for him. Blake tried to dump it in. Lozon gloved it to himself. And it's helped in by William Karlsson as the Knights go for a change. New players come on. Hurdle on the forecheck. The Canes get it in the other way, though. McNabb lets it go to Sissons at center on the rim around. Chatfield in front of the Knights bench lost it. In comes Sissons to the slot. Fans on a shot attempt. Pressure from behind by Blake. Hurricanes get the puck back the other way. Dorothea knocked it loose, but the Hurricanes get it deep anyway. Bouncing puck evades a Vegas stick. Aho banks it around behind the Vegas goal. McNabb engages on Svechnikov. Carries it low. Try to drop it in front. McNabb is there. Checked hard into the boards. We got a whistle. Play is halted here as McNabb was checked into the boards behind the goal. He braced himself. Remember, he's wearing a cage, the metal cage, after he got a shot to the face in game 2.
Carter Hart gets a toe out on a shot from Jankowski from right in the slot. Game saver.
Jankowski, earlier in his career as a Calgary Flame, had a 4-goal game against the Knights. A big goal in game 2 of this series. Knights win the draw. Anderson rims it around. It goes off Marner and deflects in. It's going to be an icing. 14:41 to play in the first overtime. It's a 4-4 tie. Only shot of overtime belongs to Carolina, as Gary just described. Vegas goals. Hurdle from Eichel and Marner on the power play. And Marner from Carlson and Theodore. Marner again from McNabb. And then Marner a third time from Hurdle. 4-0 Knights in the second. And 4 in the third for the Hurricanes. Martin, Hall, Stahl, and Svechnikov. A 6-on-4 power play goal. Another Knights face-off win. Marner tips it out. No icing this time. Howden in pursuit. Collides with his former Rangers teammate Keandre Miller. Howden leaned up. Try to pass it to the corner at Carlson. The Hurricanes clear it out. Marner from his own blue steers it ahead. Here's William Carlson. From the bench comes Cole Smith. Put it into Cole's skates. Carlson helps him out. And then Cole stick breaks at the blade. He'll have to go to the bench. Hurricanes have it in their own zone. Right to left, Jordan Martineau, who started the scoring for the Hurricanes today. Second goal of the postseason. It's the first of 4. Knights get it through center. No icing. Down in pursuit. Swings in around Nikishin. Hurricanes get the puck, but cannot clear. Theodore at the right point sends it back down low. Nikishin trying to separate down from the puck. He does. It's a rim out by the Hurricanes. This will be an icing, though. It is an icing against Carolina. 13:43 to go in overtime.
Good job by the Vegas Golden Knights. Fourth line. Get in on the forecheck. Force that icing. Here comes Eichel, Stone, and Barbashev over the boards.
It is amazing that Carter Hart and Freddie Anderson have had terrific numbers. Both entered today's game with a .917 save percentage. Numbers were even better coming into the series. Both of those goaltenders have surrendered 12 goals in 3 games. Anderson pulled today. Carter Hart stays on. Bussey getting his first action since the regular season after he won 31 out of 39 games in the regular season as a rookie. Offside entry for Carolina after they won a D-zone draw. Anderson says it should be intentional offside, but the officials won't go for it.
Disputatious is the word you used to describe Anderson.
Respectful, but disputatious.
He looks for the edge on every play.
He disputes calls he disagrees with. Jack Eichel centering Mark Stone and Ivan Barbashev. Hurricanes win this draw. It's another face-off win for Stahl. Chatfield stick breaks on the dump-in. Puck went where he wanted to, and he's standing by his bench and hops over the rail. Knights send it ahead. It's a bouncer, and icing is called. Wow. Barbashev had the inside track. But the linesman says icing. So to bring the draw back to the Vegas zone. 13:23 left in the extra period.
Every time there's one of these little edges for either team, gives you an advantage. Another defensive zone draw Vegas has to deal with. Carolina has won 5 faceoffs, so 1 faceoff for Vegas in the overtime.
Vegas wins this one. Anderson sends it out through center, no icing. Bussey, the goalie, steps out to play it. Comes to the near side of center. In goes Stahl. The goal in each game in this series. Stahl swoops behind. And first by Anderson, then Theodore. Feeds Chatfield. His shot blocked. to the left point. Slavin holds it in. He shoots, blocked by Rasmus Anderson. And out go the Knights. Barbashev plays it hard right to Noah. He was perhaps hoping for Eichel, but puck sailed on him. Hurricanes dump it back in. Hart sets it up for Theodore behind the Vegas goal. This is the Knights' 5th overtime game this postseason, a record of 3-1. Carolina 6-0. Aho comes in on the near side left. Back to the point, Miller. Straight on, and a shot, save, rebound, knocked away in front. Hurdle comes up with it for the Knights. To center they go. Eichel banks it ahead toward Hurdle. That doesn't get through. Sent the other way by Carolina. Anderson, rink wide to Theodore. Banks it towards center. Off Dorofeev's stick, not all the way in. Theodore blocks at Carolina. Past the Canes get it though. Martin forks in. A shot attempt blocked by Theodore. It ends up behind the Vegas goal. Round to the far side. Hurdle needing some assistance. He's got it from Sissons and then Anderson. Then they push it up the boards. It ends up coming to the middle of the ice. It does come to center, but the Knights lose control. Slavin sends it back around the rim clockwise. Hurdle tries to pitch it out. That's knocked down. It's in the circle for Theodore. Trying to backhand it forward. He does get it to center, but will hop by Sissons still. Carolina once more going right to left. Healer's just outside the blue line. Deflected puck. It ends up off Sissons and back to the neutral zone. Stankoven dumps it in for Carolina. Players collide between the benches as Vegas retrieves. Look out. Carter Hart has to be alert there as a deflection came near him. On the right side, Robinson for the Hurricanes. Backhands it behind. Theodore using the near glass. It tumbles by Gostisbehere. Narrowly held in, though, by Nikishin. Theodore in the corner for the Knights lifts it out. It bounces near Cole Smith. He was hampered a bit. Took it up on his stick. He dumps it in. Knights changing personnel. Opening 9 minutes of overtime in Game 3. 4-4 tie. Winner of the game takes a 2-1 series lead. Svechnikov gains the line. Robinson whips it opposite corner. Taken there by Jankowski. His first goal of the playoffs was last game. His second career playoff goal. Kolasar nubs the puck by Walker and out to center. Kolasar then challenging Miller back in the Carolina zone. Hurricanes do get it out, but look at it. Hits one of the Canes on the bench. Everybody appears to be okay. Puck is out of play. And a neutral zone draw coming up. 10:45 left in overtime 1. It's a 4-4 tie in Game 3. They have a shot. Carter made a save on here. He went off of Shea Theodore. It almost worked out as a own goal. Theodore directing it in by Carter Hart, but Carter stayed with it. There's a scramble in front for the rebound, and the Knights secured it.
Carter's been sharp so far. He's going to have to be.
3 shots for Carolina, 1 shot for Vegas so far in overtime. Mitch Marner dumps it in. Marner with 4 points all in the second period, up to 28 points to lead all players this postseason. Setting a new Golden Knights franchise record for points in a postseason at 28. Hurricanes coming ahead. It's a 1-against-2. Coghlan defends. Stands up the man coming in with the puck on the near side left. That was Jarvis. Now Miller to the right. Feed from a sharp angle. Save. Rebound is loose in front. Knights get it. 2 Canes collide. Vegas breaks out. Left wing they go. Carlson dumps it in. Everybody else needed to change. Look out. Stick him up in the face of the Knight. No call. Play continues. Lozon shooting. Tipped down. Save. Another try. Shot wide. A backhand attempt from close range by Barbashev. Missed the right post. Here's an icing against Carolina. It looked like the officials missed a high sticking call there. But no penalty has been assessed as we've gone to the halfway mark of overtime. 9:49 left. 4-4 tie. And now we have the scrape. The shovelers come on for the midway whistle.
Taylor Hall on the bench with his helmet off, Dan. He doesn't look very good.
What'd you see on the scramble around Brandon Mussinger?
Yeah, it just came to Barbashev and it just went wide. That's Vegas' best chance so far of the overtime. Carolina's had a number of good looks.
3 shots for the Hurricanes, 3 shots for the Knights here in the extra period. And again, it is 4-4 tie. Knights had 4 in the second period. Hurricanes had 4 in the third. Of course, we think back to some of the biggest moments in not only Golden Knights playoff history, but Stanley Cup playoff history and Stanley Cup final history. Carolina is the 3rd team in NHL history to win each of its first 6 overtime games in a postseason. Florida did it in 2023, but then lost to the Golden Knights eventually. They won game 3. They won game 3 of that series in overtime. Anaheim did it in 03. Lost to the Devils in the finals. And now here's Carolina at 6 straight overtime wins. Still scraping the ice here at the Fortress, and a 4-4 tie as we play in overtime. We talked about the Knights surrendering 4 goals in a period. 4th time in Knights playoff history they've given up 4 goals in any period. The only other time they had done it in the 3rd period was the infamous Game 7 in San Jose, first round 2019. Knights scored to tie that game 4-4, but then lost in overtime. Ozone draw for the Knights after the scrape. 9:49 left in the first overtime. Michael wins a right side draw. Stone tips it to the point. Fedor shoots. Tipped wide. Barbashev got a piece. Puck ends up on the far boards. Carolina clears. It's going to be another icing against Carolina. And another ozone draw coming for the Knights.
The Golden Knights needed to have a couple of good shifts on top of one another. And they're getting it right now.
Mitch Marner has the natural hat trick, second one of those this postseason. Did it faster than any player in Stanley Cup final history. Carolina wins the D-zone draw this time following the icing. The center they go. Wheeler is trying to dump it all the way in. Fedor cuts it off, plays it out to the right for Stone. Looking to Jack Eichel, but the pass was too far in front of him. Aho from his own end flips it up on the far side. Stone back to retrieve inside his own blue. Knights captain skates right, gains the red and dumps it in. Ends up behind the Carolina goal. Pursuit from Jack Eichel, but Carolina clears it again. Anderson with Fedor back at their own blue. Forward to Barbashev, who tips it in all the way down to the left corner. From the bench comes William Karlsson. Carolina has numbers in its own zone. They break to center. Karlsson reaches in and took it away from Jarvis. Fight for the puck between the benches. Karlsson trying to get it for the Knights, bouncing around at center. And across the line it goes for Howden. Looking toward Marner, but cut off by Keandre Miller in the slot. Left wall, Karlsson again. Deflected puck went right by Mitch Marner. Svechnikov clears. Ozon checks one of the Hurricanes between the benches. Vegas retrieves. Here comes Anderson. Gains the blue right wing. Anderson looking for his first goal of the playoffs. Gets through to the middle. Swung and a miss by Conklin. Now a shot and a save. Bussey ends up on his back in relief, realizing he had made the stop on the whirl-around backhander by Dylan Conklin. His first attempt was a whiff. The second one, he had to whirl around, protect the puck, and then shoot. And then he did get it on goal from about 20 feet away.
He took the pass from Anderson, and he was going to risk it. And it came funny off of his stick, and you're right, whirl around is exactly the way to describe it. Good push from Vegas here.
Up to 4 shots in overtime. Carolina's got 3. Sissons on a right circle draw, but Carolina wins this one. Airborne clear. Martinook didn't see it. Hannafin did. Noah makes a forward pass to Colt Sissons. Puck goes into the Carolina zone. Hurdle bodies Chatfield. Creates a loose puck. Hurdle collides with the referee in the corner. Hurricanes get the puck. Rim around through Conklin and out to center, but Hannafin has it from his own blue. Banks it left and off Hurdle and onto the Golden Knights bench. 8 minutes to go in the first overtime.
Now the Golden Knights have allowed 4 in the third. They seem to have recovered mentally, and they're back into this game. Obviously, the stakes are monumental here. If Vegas wins, they're up 2-1. If Carolina wins, they're up 2-1. And the Golden Knights will have blown multi-goal third period leads 2 games in a row.
Now, if they lose today, it would be among the worst collapses in playoff history. From the Vegas point of view, from the Carolina point of view, of course, it would be one of the great comebacks. Stanley Cup playoff history. Knights get it back behind the Carolina goal. It's Nick Dow, former Washington Capital. Lots of experience against these Hurricanes. Regular season and postseason. Up top, Beetle shoots. Just wide. Rebound. Just missed Cole Smith. Missed another stick and then comes to center. Knights get it in the neutral zone. McNabb in front of the Carolina bench. Backward to Beetle. Quick up toward Colasar. It's narrowly onside. Down looking toward the middle. He threw it in front. Collision. Down to the ice went Cole Smith, colliding in front with one of the Hurricane defenders. Carolina gets it in center. Theodore looking ahead. He's got Barbashev, who flips it in around Walker. They collide. Puck goes down to the corner. Line change brought to you by William Hill. As Mark Stone comes on with Barbashev and Eichel. Stone on the forecheck, forcing a hurried breakout pass by Keandre Miller. No icing though. Jeremy Lauzon going back. Lauzon missed a month of hockey after getting injured in Game 6 against Utah, but he has played in each of the 3 games here in the final. Jack Eichel trying to get the puck to a teammate. It ends up behind the Vegas goal, and there's Lauzon, pressured by Taylor Hall. Lauzon coming towards center, aims the red and dumps it in. Around it goes clockwise in the Carolina end. Stone gives a look to Slavin. Howden, the next wave on Chatfield. Puck to center, deflected in by Stahl. Eichel defends it. Puck down to the right corner for the Hurricanes. 6 1/4 to go in overtime. 4-4 tie in Game 3. Svechnikov joins the fray in the trapezoid. Rims it right point, but it gets through Nikishin out of the zone. Back to his own blue line with position and control. Howden chasing him. Couple of number 21s. Howden knocks it loose. Howden works in. He's all by his lonesome. Now joined by Carlson and Marner. To the line. Theodore banks it right. Marner takes it off the right boards. Right corner now for Marner. Swirls it left wing. McNabb, with the cage on his face, chips it back to Marner in the corner. 4 points today for Mitch, including a natural hat trick. No one has ever scored 4 goals in a night's playoff game. Theodore shoots, save. Wrist shot from out high, straight on. Bouncer gets by McNabb and out to center. Theodore from the red line. They'll pitch it back in to the defensive end, Nikishin. Check to the corner boards. Puck gets by William Carlson, though, and here comes Stankoven. A wide 3-on-2. Stankoven a drop pass. Carlson on the back check, knocked it away. Miller narrowly keeps it in the zone, however, for Carolina. Far side, a sharp angle shot saved by Hart. And the rebound way up and into the protective net. 5:15 to go in overtime. 4-4 tie. And I say nobody has scored 4 goals for the Knights in a playoff game. Nobody has scored 4 goals for the Knights ever.
The Golden Knights using everybody right now in overtime. And that's going to be, there's no media timeouts here. Just that one scrape right after the first whistle after the 10-minute mark.
Mitch Marner has 10 shots on goal today. Franchise record is 11. James Neal in Game 2 of Knights' first ever playoff series. Sharp angle shot from Eric Robinson. Carter Hart stays deep in his crease. Makes the save. Knights get a clear, but an icing whistle. 5:01 to go in overtime.
Jeremy Lauzon flips that one down. Unable to get it to land flat.
Knights have kept Mark Stone with Jack Eichel and Ivan Barbashev the entire game. We saw for each of the last handful of games, Stone on the third line with Sissons and Hurdle. But they made the switch coming into the game, and they have stuck with it. Sissons takes the puck away out of the corner, but could not clear it. Bouncing puck evades Anderson, and now it goes in behind the Vegas goal. Check along the near side from Lauzon. Puck goes behind the Knights net. Jankowski stripped by Anderson. Knights coming left to right. To the neutral zone, Lauzon fires forward and at the line, grabbed by Hurdle. Hurdle tried to sneak it in front, but his pass got blocked the other way. All the way into the left corner goes Sebastian Aho. Eichel and McNabb are back. McNabb sidesteps pressure, and Hurdle can slide it through the neutral zone. Collision, look at it. One of the Hurricanes went onto the Knights bench through the door. And Chatfield up slowly, grimacing and hobbling a bit as he gets to his own bench. That's the second time we've seen that happen today. Howden earlier, and here the door, look at it, just gave way. There was a check by Stone, and the door just opened.
Chatfield being attended to, but looks like he's okay. Big, tough player.
He's over at his haunches while seated on the bench. Grimacing hard. Carolina wins the ensuing draw. 4:15 to go in the first overtime period. 4-4 tie here in Game 3. Winner of the game takes a 2-1 series lead. Stone looking left for Eichel, but he was double-teamed. Hurricanes the other way. Around the rim it goes. Theodore gets position on Svechnikov. Theodore pushes it up the wall for Stone. Protects. Backhands it out. Barbashev tried to glove it to himself. But went off his glove right to Jacob Slavin. The defenseman ahead on the near side left. Dumps it in wrong side of center. But Hart went to play it, so icing waved off. That would have been an icing. Knights get it out. Theodore toward Barbashev. That one is icing because the pass missed Barbashev. Carter Hart, not sure if he realized it was not going to be icing. Or that, excuse me. I'm not sure Carter Hart thought that it was going to be icing. So he decided to go play it and not risk it. But now the Knights guilty of icing themselves. 3:37 left in overtime.
Shea Theodore almost at 34 minutes right now, and Braden McNabb almost at 31.
Sean Walker is the lone Hurricane over 30 minutes in today's game. 30:08. Hurricanes win the draw on the right. Pass goes left. Gostisbehere redirect high and wide. Great opportunity for Jarvis, but he couldn't direct it on goal. From the high right, Hurricanes get it down low. Stankoven, defended by a stickless McNabb, but a deflected puck goes out to the neutral zone. McNabb trying to get to his loose puck, and the Hurricane player kicked it. No call. Puck is sent back in by the Hurricanes. McNabb still without his stick. And is handed another player's stick. Barbashev gave it to him. Left point, Gostisbehere. Ehlers played it high to low. 3 minutes to go in the first overtime period. It's a 4-4 tie. McNabb was going to reach his stick in the neutral zone, and one of the Hurricanes kind of skated through it, essentially kicking it away. Knights send it down. It's on goal, so no icing. Vegas can make a wholesale change, longer change here in overtime, just like it is in the second period of regulation. Carolina comes in offside.
Eichel and Stone now able to get off the ice.
Well, the Knights would love to finish this one off before we get to the intermission like they did against Utah earlier in the playoffs. But in case you're wondering, the Knights have gone to double overtime on 5 occasions. Of course, they did have a double overtime win against Utah. It was Brett Howden's double overtime win. Carolina gets it in. Hannafin steers it out. Kolasar ahead with Cole Smith 2-on-2. Kolasar to the left corner, steers it behind. Cole Smith, look out, down, tripped up, goes hard into the boards. Hurricanes get the puck. Jankowski try to flip it through center. Hannafin cut it off. His next pass was knocked away. And on the right, Robinson toward the net mouth. He threw it in front, down, grabs it for the Knights. Using the near boards. Look at collision. 2 players go into the sidewall hard as the Knights clear the zone. Carolina back in its own blue. Kolasar watching as Stankoven sends it in. Hard around. Taylor Hall reverses the rim clockwise. Kolasar collides with Martin. Hurricanes keep it in the zone. DeAndre Miller back to the right. Hard feed left. And then Robinson back to the line. Miller feeds across to the right. Drop pass in the middle. But a drive wide right. The attempt from Taylor Hall. Out to the right point. Walker whips it down low for Jordan Martin. Hannafin and Anderson defend there. Pass back to the right corner and Taylor Hall. Now back behind the goal. Feed to left. Miller's tried. Blocked. Got the hand of Cole Smith. Knights get it out of the corner with 1:25 to go. Knights send it down, but it will be an icing. And an ozone draw coming for Carolina. Hurricanes with momentum at the moment. Shots pretty close to even in overtime. Vegas has 6. Carolina has 5. How about this for Stanley Cup playoff debut for Brandon Bussey? Rookie. Had been in the American Hockey League his first few professional seasons. Undrafted, but with the Boston Bruins organization, AHL Providence. Last year, just a game above 500 signed a contract with the Florida Panthers this offseason, but then was placed on waivers by Florida in October, claimed by the Hurricanes, and he won 31 out of 39 games in the regular season. But Freddie Anderson deemed the starter for the playoffs, and he's been great, but not today. Anderson yanked after 4 goals allowed in the second period, and Bussey has not given up anything to the Knights, 15 for 15 since he has replaced the starter. Kolasar turns on the afterburners, negates an icing, as Vegas can get new players on and in the attacking zone. Carlson in pursuit, but the Hurricanes do come out with it. Kolasar to the bench, Marner replaces him. Theodore going back with a minute left in overtime, 4-4 tie in game 3. Puck is deep in the Knights zone. Howden with Marner, now Carlson. Carlson banks it to center. Marner couldn't get to it before Chatfield. Hurricanes send it back in. Quick up. The pass gets to Marner at the line. Marner sneaks it to Carlson. He shoots. Save. Rebound. Out the back door. Howden was top of the crease. The puck went left to the crease after Marner set up Carlson late in overtime. 30 seconds to go. Carter Hart trying to chip it off the near glass. It's Marner to set up Carlson into the zone on the entry. Barbashev upended by Sean Walker. 20 seconds to go. Knights have it deep in the offensive end. Carlson couldn't do anything with it. It's carried back out by Ehlers. 3-on-2 at the line. Ehlers left circle. Put it out in front. Jabbed away. Tomas Hertl prevented it from coming on goal. Now Blake trying to settle it in the slot. 5 seconds. Gostisbehere threw it right. Taken on the right side. Feet left. Broken up by Eichel as the horn sounds to signal the end of the first overtime. Vegas gets 8 shots. Carolina gets 5. Nobody scores in overtime. Ivan Barbashev tended to at the Golden Knights bench, Gary, as he was checked and was not called for interference as he skated into the offensive zone. And Ivan Barbashev, the Stanley Cup playoffs hits leader, a little dose of his own medicine there as he was stood up on the entry.
William Karlsson, oh so close. Great pass from Mitch Marner. Karlsson in all alone on Bussey. Tries to go 5-hole. The rebound just evades Brett Howden. And Barbashev has now walked down the tunnel on under his own steam.
Teams head to their dressing rooms. We will have double overtime in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Again, this was a game that the Knights led 4-0. Hertl, Marner, and Marner. Natural hat trick for the second time this postseason. 4 points in a game for the second time this postseason. But it was not enough. Carolina rallied. 4 goals of its own in the third. Martinook, Hall, and Stahl. 3 goals in 39 seconds. Knights still led by 1 going to the final minutes. But Theodore was whistled for delay of game, puck over the glass. And with the goaltender on the bench, Andrei Svechnikov scored a 6-on-4 goal to make it a 4-4 tie. Svechnikov from Stahl and Aho make it 4-4. Force overtime. And here we have played 20 minutes of overtime. But nothing has been decided. Knights have a record of 3-2 in double overtime games, including earlier this year defeated Utah Mammoth 5-4 at 5:28 of the second overtime. Brett Howden had the winner in that game. By the way, the Carolina Hurricanes in their first round series defeated the Ottawa Senators in double overtime 3-2. That was the first of their 6 overtime victories this postseason. 6 straight wins in overtime. And that's the only one of the 6 that went to double overtime. Overtime intermission report when we come back. 4-4 tie for the Knights and Hurricanes in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. This is the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Vegas! On behalf of Knock the Injury Law, Golden Pipes, Carnell Johnson.
If you've been hurt, Knock me is the word. Call 702-INJURY.
For Knockfee with Knockfee Injury Law. Imagine you've been injured in an accident. Now, do you want an assembly line law firm that treats you like a number and settles early for easy money? Hell no. Call me now for a free consultation at 702-INJURED.
This summer, skip the airport chaos and hit the road for the perfect family getaway in Cedar City. In just 3 hours, you'll trade the desert heat for cool mountain air. Breathtaking scenery and outdoor adventure everyone will love. From hiking and biking to fishing and stargazing, Cedar City delivers big fun without the big price tag. Ride the chairlift at Bryan Head Resort, catch a show at the Utah Shakespeare Festival, and explore nearby national parks. Start planning your summer escape today at visitcedarcity.com.
Hey, Las Vegas, are you tired of plumbing prices that break the bank? At 365 Plumbing, we're bringing fair pricing back. Family owned and operated, we treat your home like it's our own. For your everyday plumbing needs, we're here 365 days a year, rain or shine, day or night. Extend the life of your water heater right now. For a limited time, take advantage of our water heater flush special for only $26. Visit us at 365plummingnv.com. 365 Plumbing, because where the water flows, 365 Plumbing goes.
When it comes to luxury, no one does it better than Finley Cadillac in the Valley Auto Mall. From the exceptional crossover XT4 to the superb CT sedan and Escalade, the highest standards in automotive craftsmanship are found at Finley Cadillac. To place your order, visit our award-winning showroom and choose from our full inventory of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available for immediate delivery. Or visit us online at finleycadillac.com to place your reservation. If you're thinking Cadillac, think Finley Cadillac in the Valley Auto Mall.
Boomer Sportsbook is the place to bet the Stanley Cup Final with the power play of new promotions. Score bonus bets with Captain Clutch, Shutout Insurance, Misfits Markets, and the popular Vegas First Period bonus is back, but better. Just bet $20 or more on the Vegas money line, and if Vegas scores in the first period of that game, you'll get $10 in bonus bets. And now, if one of the Misfits scores in the game, you'll get $10 more in bonus bets. Download the Boomers app and activate it in 2 minutes at any Boomer Sportsbook in Nevada. Must be 21 or older. Terms and conditions available at betwithboomer.com. Please bet responsibly.
Back to Ryan Wallace with your overtime intermission report.
Welcome into the intermission report. The Golden Knights and Carolina Hurricanes still knotted up at 4 goals apiece after overtime. That's right, an extra 20 minutes doesn't decide this one. We go to double overtime. And for the Golden Knights, you look at this overtime period, and I think it does a couple of things. Number one, it settles things down. And that sounds ridiculous, right? Because you're in a situation where next goal wins. Obviously, there's a ton at stake, not just in this game, but in this series. And yet, I think for the Golden Knights, getting 20 minutes under their belt, settling things down to a certain degree is incredibly important. Now, all that being said, the reality of the situation here is that the Golden Knights were in complete control of this game after 2 periods. It was an exceptional second period for the Golden Knights where they score 4 goals. They beat Freddie Anderson 6 times. They chased Freddie Anderson for the first time in these playoffs. Brandon Bussey has come in, and he has been very, very sharp for the Carolina Hurricanes. Bussey, 16 saves on 16 shots. So he has been the stabilizer of sorts for Carolina since coming into the game in the third period. But for the Golden Knights, it's about generating more looks and more chances, right? They had an opportunity late in the period, late in the overtime. Mitch Marner, a nice little pass to William Karlsson. The puck goes through Bussey. There was another shot from Dylan Coghlan. It was a whirl-around backhander that Bussey didn't seem to take particularly clean. So in those situations, especially now going into double overtime, and it's a little bit different because Bussey's only got 40 minutes under his belt as opposed to the 80 minutes that Carter Hart has played to this point. No shot is a bad shot. No opportunity is a bad opportunity. Now, it's an easier change here going to double overtime, but for the Golden Knights, you want to see a little bit more momentum. You want to see a little bit more just putting pucks behind the D of the Carolina Hurricanes, getting to the front of the net, and finding ways to finish off one more play. That's the reality that you're facing here. For Vegas, in complete control of this game, looking to avoid a collapse where they had a 4-goal lead going into the third period, you got to find a way to be the team that makes the extra play. That's just the reality of it here going into double overtime. Take a break, come back with more in a moment. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn the back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah.
Make this your summer to save at Lexus of Henderson. Whether you're heading out on a family road trip or looking to upgrade your daily drive, now is the time to experience luxury for less. Discover exceptional offers on the 3-row Lexus TX and the versatile RX lineup, available at gas, hybrid, and plug-in hybrid models. Plus, take advantage of rates as low as 3.49% APR on select models. Visit Lexus of Henderson in the Valley Auto Mall or online at lexusofhenderson.com.
OAC up to 48 months. See store for details. A bean and cheese burrito for $1. In this economy, hell yeah. Del Taco's new Get a Lot for What You've Got value menu has over 10 items, like the value bean and cheese burrito with red or green sauce for, you guessed it, $1. Del Taco is winning the value game with some of your favorite items, like the snack taco, mini shakes, and the $1 value bean and cheese burrito. Did we mention it was just $1? I know, we can't believe it either. Get to Del Taco today. Hell yeah. Price and participation may vary.
Hey, Las Vegas, are you tired of plumbing prices that break the bank? At 365 Plumbing, we're bringing fair pricing back. Family owned and operated, we treat your home like it's our own. For your everyday plumbing needs, we're here 365 days a year, rain or shine, day or night. Extend the life of your water heater right now. For a limited time, take advantage of our water heater flush special for only $26. Visit us at 365plummingnv.com. 365 Plumbing, because where the water flows, 365 Plumbing goes.
Hockey lives here.
Sagan to Ben, down low, delays, he scores! Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Back to Ryan Wallace for his Stanley Cup Final intermission report.
Welcome back to the intermission report. The Golden Knights, Carolina Hurricanes, 4-4. After overtime, on to double overtime we go. Stats of the period: shot 7-6, the edge to Vegas. Hits 63-38 for the Vegas Golden Knights. Carolina and Vegas both 1 for 2 on the power play. The Hurricanes charged with 29 giveaways, 3 takeaways, 13 block shots. Vegas 21 giveaways, 10 takeaways, and 29 block shots. You're at that stage here now going to double overtime, and we've talked about this at various stages every time we get to overtime. We've talked about it certainly going into double overtime against Utah. It's rarely going to be a tape-to-tape, pretty passing play that ends things in double overtime. You want to make a play, no doubt. You want to find a way to bring something to the table here and help your team win. The stakes are incredibly high. However, no play toward the front of the goal is a bad play in double overtime. For the Vegas Golden Knights, if they get inside the offensive zone, if they're able to hold pucks in the offensive zone, cycle pucks, you have to funnel everything to the front of the net. You have to funnel things to the front of the net. You have to win battles there if you're the Vegas Golden Knights, and you've got to test Brandon Bussi a little bit more here as you get to double overtime. Every mistake, everything is amplified here, especially in double overtime. But for the Golden Knights, you have to find a way to be the team that makes the extra play. On to double overtime we go. Dan Duva, Gary Lawless, they've got the call. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
When I brought the Golden Knights to Vegas, I wanted to create something unique for Nevada. High Ground Vodka is made from estate-grown rye and Sierra Nevada snowmelt for a smooth finish. It's hard to make it this way, but we want to do it right. Distilled in Minden, Nevada, High Ground is an exceptional Nevada-born vodka and proud partner of our hard-working hockey team. If you're 21 or over, I hope you give High Ground Estate Vodka a taste.
Make this your summer to save at Lexus of Henderson. Whether you're heading out on a family road trip or looking to upgrade your daily drive, now is the time to experience luxury for less. Discover exceptional offers on the 3-row Lexus TX and the versatile RX lineup, available at gas, hybrid, and plug-in hybrid models. Plus, take advantage of rates as low as 3.49% APR on select models. Visit Lexus of Henderson in the Valley Auto Mall or online at lexusofhenderson.com.
OAC up to 48 months. See store for details.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Wessels and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, Grow and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let less be here for you.
If you're considering purchasing a new or used Honda or need to service your current vehicle, go to the Name Las Vegas Trust for exceptional sales, service, and parts. Finley. Whether you're up north, down south, or somewhere in between, you're always just 15 minutes away from a Finley Honda store. Each location has friendly and knowledgeable sales and service professionals. So give us a call or stop in anytime. Finley Honda's in Centennial Hills and Finley Honda Henderson in the Valley Auto Mall. The difference is in the name.
Let's get back to Dan Duva and Gary Lawless for more Stanley Cup Finals action.
I'm at ringside at T-Mobile Arena in fabulous Las Vegas. Golden Knights and Hurricanes getting ready for overtime 2. And we've got all sorts of stuff to tell you about. Lots to keep track of on a night that would have been historic if they just ended after 2 periods. Mitch Marner had his second 4-point game of the postseason and his second natural hat trick of the postseason. Turns out that it's the fastest hat-trick in Stanley Cup Final history, beating a record set by the Rocket Maurice Richard in the 1950s. But then in the third period, the Carolina Hurricanes scored the fastest 3 goals in Stanley Cup Final history, 3 goals in 39 seconds. And then in the final couple of minutes, they tied the game with a 6-on-4 goal. On the power play, they made it 4-4. So that's just a little taste of the history so far. In the first overtime period, there were no penalties and, of course, no goals. Knights had 7 shots. Carolina had 6. For the game, Knights have 32. Carolina has 31. That all, of course, encapsulates only 2 shots for the Knights in the first period. Then they had 4 goals on 14 shots in the second. Chased the starter, Freddie Anderson. Brandon Bussey, the rookie from Western Michigan, who has not played since the regular season in early April, getting his Stanley Cup playoff debut in what is just the 6th double overtime game in Golden Knights playoff history. And Carolina's 15th double overtime game in their playoff history. All right, so Gary, what do you have your eye on here as we get ready for double overtime?
Well, the first little bit of news is that Ivan Barbashev is back on the ice. He got hit by Sean Walker late, should have been interference, and Ivan was shaken up a bit, but he's back. Looking for Jack Eichel to put his imprint on this game here.
On the Carolina side, William Carrier has not played since the second period. Just under 7 minutes of total time on ice. Underway in the second overtime, 4-4 tie. Carolina attacks the net to our right. Sharp angle shot. Carter Hart makes the save. He's got it secured down to his right, left wing side of the crease. Again, we saw Carrier wincing early in the game. Did continue on to the second period, but again, he has not played since the middle stages of the second period. So presumably William Carrier is unavailable. Again, did not play in the third, did not play in the first overtime.
Carolina, they fling the puck at the net whenever they can. And sometimes it's not troublesome, but when we're talking about a one-shot game here, every time they do it, you hear a gasp from the fans here in the building.
Of course, a massive crowd here at T-Mobile Arena. It's been a wonderful and energetic crowd. Vegas wins the D-zone draw. Down Cole Smith and Colton Sissons together. Here is an icing, though, against the Knights. Anderson and Lozon, the defensive pair right now.
There's several sections in the crowd are standing up for every bit of overtime. Yeah, almost the whole side. The side right below the end line, they're all sitting down. The other side of the ice, they're all standing up.
Well, there's some folks down beneath us who are standing on this side as well. It's a pretty neat scene here, of course. Carolina gets the draw, but quickly knocked off Stankoven's stick by one of the Knights in the neutral zone, Cole Smith, and Sissons dumps it in on net. This is the first double overtime game in Knights final history. Had overtime games, but no double overtime games until now. Puck is near the Vegas blue line. Gostisbehere steers it in. McNabb going back to his partner Theodore. Theodore turns it over and a shot over the goal. This play by Theodore. Jay's got the puck though. He rifles it out, leading Colasar. Missed him. Comes near the goaltender Bussey. He's got to play it, so no icing. Out to center. Theodore gloves it down. Theodore pressured. And his own blue got it to Hannafin. He banks it forward. Marner forces two Canes to collide. Howden works through the legs of Miller, but he couldn't regather the puck out of the corner. Coghlan threw it toward the slot, but he shanked it. And Blake clears the zone. As we have talked about multiple times, Brett Howden is the only Golden Knight with multiple overtime playoff goals. Carlson gets through down to the left corner. Carlson centers off a Carolina stick, and they get it away just before Marner gets there. Coghlan de-twigged at center. Ehlers works in for the Hurricanes, going left side. Marner tried to knock it loose, so did Howden. Howden gets the puck, plays it out for Marner, turns up ice with Carlson. Marner works in toward the left, down the slot. Carlson couldn't shoot. He curls through the legs of Anderson and out of the zone. Just not quite in sync. Marner, Carlson, and Anderson. Hart the quick up to Lozano, who dumps it in. All the way around it goes. Eichel overskates it on the right boards. As the Hurricanes clear on an airborne play. Theodore inside his own blue sends it back to center. Off Barbashev's stick. Off a couple Carolina sticks. Svechnikov rink wide misses Robinson. Stone hands it off for Eichel. Jack comes a hit on the near side. Bounces it toward the goal. Gloved and held by the righty catching Brandon Bussey. By the way, coming into this game, the record for time on ice in a Knights playoff game held by Nate Schmidt, 37 minutes and 18 seconds. 37 minutes and 18 seconds, going all the way back to the first ever Knights playoff overtime game. Double overtime when Eric Howla beat the Kings in double overtime. In that game, Nate Schmidt played 37-18. Well, starting this double overtime, Theodore was at 36-17, about a minute off. So that record's going to get broken if it hasn't been already. On the near side, Eichel takes the draw. Stone gets to the loose puck left corner. He is tied up. Hurricanes get the puck and clear the zone. It'll tumble into the Vegas zone. Icing waved off. Theodore back to retrieve. It certainly seems as though Theodore has now set a new Golden Knights record for minutes in a playoff game. And we're in the opening 3 minutes of the second overtime. By the way, Braden McNabb was second on the all-time list. Carolina comes in on the near side right. Pass to the corner, intercepted. But the clearing attempt by Theodore went right to Sean Walker, the defenseman. To the left, and a point shot by Miller blocked. Puck goes in behind. There's Mitch Marner. Taylor Hall trying to fish it out, but Marner plays it ahead to Dorothea. Using the sidewall, they got it through center. Pressure from Sissons, but Miller chips it along. And Aho returns it to Miller back in the Carolina zone. The hit on the right to Walker. Hammered on the near boards by Sissons. Carter Hart behind his net. Near side and Noah Hannafin, former Hurricane. Up to the line, Sissons dumps it in. Dorothea in pursuit. Puck deflects off the side of the goal. Covered there by Brandon Bussey.
Another tweak of the lines, I think, there for John Tortorella. Well, maybe not. Ertl got out there late. Now here comes the Eichel line again.
Ozone drop coming up for the Knights. Eichel with Stone and Marner, plus McNabb and Theodore. Eichel wins the draw to the left boards. Eichel turns down to the corner. Eichel protects it. Stankoven trying to stay with him. Eichel whips it across. Too strong, went right through the blue ice and out to the far side wall. Theodore to Stone. Now Eichel out in front of the backhander blocked. Rebound goes behind. Bussey dives to his left to get on top of it. Ends up in the trapezoid for the whistle.
Marner's out there with Stone and Eichel, so John Tortorella doing a little bit of spinning right now.
We heard him talk about it during the regular season, different sets of lines when the situation calls for it. They had a spark of some kind. And Stone had been playing with Sissons and Hurl on the third line for the last handful of games, coming back from injury. Knights had a real balance to their lineup. But they started Stone with Eichel and Barbashev today, and only of late have things sort of been adjusted. And again, we've got Marner still out there with Eichel and Stone. Marner has played with Carlson and Howden for most of this game. And you start to think, well, maybe Marner's double shifting a little bit here. We'll see. Hurricanes win the draw. It gets through center. Coghlan swung and missed at a bouncing puck. Knights back to retrieve. Marner scanning center. 4-point day for Mitch. 28 points. The new Golden Knights single postseason record. Marner flips it in, swims to it, tied up by Miller. Marner gets to it, though, in the left corner. Joined by teammates Stone and Eichel. Jack pulls it loose. Eichel stripped to the puck, though, and it goes out to center. Eichel pokes it back to Hannafin. This is right. Coghlan. Forward pass. Stone carries it across the line, but then his pass got tipped and it goes the other way. Coghlan forwards the Carolina entry. Coghlan, it is 11th playoff game, 11 in a row after he played just 3 NHL games in the regular season. Colasar with Dowd and Cole Smith can't keep it down in the corner. Hurricanes break out. Jarvis chips it in, hammered by Lozon. Puck ends up deep on the right side for the Hurricanes. Taken by the Knights, down to Cole Smith. Checked at the rounded glass. Puck up to the Carolina line. And there's Colasar to poke it in. 1 against 2 behind the net. And then busting in comes down, but he couldn't get the puck. Hurricanes clear, an airborne clear. This is going to hop and go down for icing. An ozone draw for the Knights, and they can pick who they want to send out for the ensuing draw.
And they're sending Mitch Marner out with Carlson and Howden, and you're right. Mitch has told us, I don't get tired. And we've never seen him get tired, and looks like he's been the most prolific player in the game. Why not get him out there when you can?
Face off in the left circle. Hurricanes get it, but the fallen Jackson Blake couldn't get it out of the zone. It tumbles into the left wing corner. Carlson swims to it. Carlson an opportunity earlier in overtime, this double overtime period, I should say. Hurricanes clear it out. 4-4 tie, opening 5 or so minutes, double overtime. Howden works in, Howden to Carlson, and returns it for Howden behind the goal. Howden gets the puck, works to his backhand, left corner. Howden to the point, McNabb, rink wide. Theodore shoots, wide rebound, they score! Off the backboards, off the goaltender, and onto the scoreboard. A double overtime win for the Golden Knights in Game 3. They take a 2-1 Stanley Cup Final Series lead. After a 4-goal second period for the Golden Knights, erased by a 4-goal third period by the Carolina Hurricanes, the Golden Knights defeat the Hurricanes in double overtime. Shea Theodore shot it. It went off the backboards, went off the back of Bussey, and into the goal. And one of the more memorable playoff games in team history. Almost for the wrong reasons. Turns out to be an overtime win. Shea Theodore